Hello everyone. Welcome to ZaranTech. In today's digital age, managing employee learning and development is essential for organizational growth. Let us dive into the SAP SuccessFactors learning management system. Businesses can effectively train and empower their workforce. SAP SuccessFactors Learning Management System, or LMS, is a powerful tool designed to streamline training and development within organizations. It's like having a personal tutor for every employee, ensuring they have the skills and knowledge they need to excel in their roles. Investing in employee training leads to 24% higher profit margins. A well-trained workforce is more productive, engaged, and valuable to the company's bottom line. In today's fast-paced business world, staying ahead means evolving and adapting. SAP SuccessFactors LMS equips employees with tools for learning and growth, helping businesses stay competitive and thrive. Throughout this course, we'll dive deep into the features and benefits of SAP SuccessFactors LMS. From setting up your system to creating engaging learning materials, we'll cover everything you need to know to harness the full potential of this powerful platform. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now, let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Learning Management Content Object. 2. Standard Connectors. 3. Learning Management Assessments. 4. Setup for Payroll Control. Let's dive in.
We have seen how what all the things that we have seen. It's like a stepwise. Anyhow, that document I'll share it to you with you all along with this updated PPT and all. Okay. So and even I've shared the maybe system who have opted for it, though they can go and access it. So you guys can practice it most probably. So what all the things. And what about the learning needs, how to create the items and how to create the curricula, and also those along with that curricula. So how we can go and add the job codes, and also we have seen the profiles and how we can able to, with the classes part, how we can able to go and add the scheduling like registration activities and all we have seen it. So few more what we have to see here on this area here is like maybe we will see how to create the online content management and how to make over of exams and quizzes, how we can do it, and also how we can have any training evolutions that we can have it, and also the programs part and all. So the last important things what we will see is like how we can do the system configuration, the background, and how the security management will be happen, and the connectors integration in the connectors. Integration is nothing but it's like a small job kind of things that we have to run it in the provisioning that I'll show it to you anyhow. So today we will be continuing with the learning management activities. For that learning management activities, how we can go and do the online content activities, how we can do it, the online content management things and all we'll be seeing of. So the first online content, this is nothing but because the this is like we can create some objects and all. The content itself with the objects, because whether it is like any link the objects, we can place those objects and all. Like objects is nothing but whether there's the documents or if any the things is like any presentation and those things and all, we can call them as like a content objects and all. How we can create, obviously we know how to create an online item. So whenever your whenever you have started off your item activities and all, we will add some contents, that online content. So whether it is a slide deck or anything that we want to add it as like a online object, so that we can call it like an online content object and all. So especially we can see there are some, if you want to bring it through the any channel, or if you want to you have to access any folders or whatever it is. So anyhow, all those things we will be adding them, adding it as like an object only, we will be adding it. So that is what we want to do it on the online content management part. So now we will just go to the system. So here is the system. I've just logged into the system. I went to admin center learning, and I've came up and landed over here. So here, what you can see here. So this is the parts, and you will be seeing the content. So this is the whole thing that we are going to discuss, how to all these things we can just check it out in that if any related to exam objects, which was the legacy one only, but we will discuss about these things, how to create the question libraries and how to import or export the things and all. Here is like, if you see the content, especially the content, how we can bring it to the content into the system. So most activities here is like the obviously whatever I said is like, it is like content in the sense, it is obviously why, what is the purpose of use of that content here is like for our online learning only, because we will be accessing whatever, maybe it would be like a slideshow presentation or audio tape or video presentation or any web-based exams or in a document or any standard. Generally, we will use these kind of things for a standard operating procedures kind of, because some set of like joining formalities. Okay, so that we are giving it like as a content, online content. When they join on the first day, they'll be we will be giving will be induction kit kind of things we will be giving it. So they have to go for all those slides and they have to read it for a new learner kind of. So these are all things we can call it like a online learning part and all. We can just talk them. We can just say it is like a whatever the way, because the content, the managing online content is like, it will be, we can content objects will be like a blocks, building blocks of an online item kind of things. So the content and the file type, if it is any Word docs and all, we can save it. We can save it like a HTML kind of things. Here any most of the time HTML or Adobe Flash kind of things. If any exam of Microsoft things and all, obviously the HTML part only we can do it. So these all represent as a separate content content objects kind of things. But one important thing here is like, whenever we launch a content object for from an online or an instructor led or whatever it is, with an online content part in the SuccessFactors, we have to note that content object always specifies the content location and what is the launch method of communication with the SAP SuccessFactors we are doing it. So there are some methods are there. So we will do that by launching with those methods only. The content will be launched and all. So those are the methods. I'll just show it to you here. So these are maybe the methods is nothing but what kind of things we can say is like, those are the standard methods for online content, which we will be calling it like AICC part and all. So if you just go to content objects, so if we just go and create add new, so here this is the content that we want to content object ID that we are going to add. So here is like, we will be, if we want to see it any specific content packages, we will just go to the content packages, and if you see search, you might be getting of some content packages like this. And if you want to import content, anyhow, I'll just show it to you. So they add new content, you can start adding of new contents, all those things we can see. So there are two standards, the content object, whether it is like a shareable content object or assignable unit. So what we will be calling it is like a shareable content object. We can call it like as a SCORM, SCORM, or we will just call it like a shareable content objects reference model. Okay. And with that model, we will be, because our content object, whatever the content object, which is like either two methods is like, one is like assignable unit, we can say it, AICC kind of things, we can call it like, and the other one would be is like a shareable content object. So this obviously, because the shareable content objects is derived from the AICC standards only. So in the content structure part and all, we will just go and see. These are the two things. One thing is like shareable content object, and the assignable units, we can say it. So what all those that obviously what most of the time the test documents often we will jib together and all. So those are all the course or structure description. All those comes under assignable units kind of things. And on the other hand, the shareable content object is like a XML files to describe the content structure kind of things. So this was the one standard. These are the two standard things that we generally use it for the online content management activities and all. So these are all from the third-party vendors only. Obviously, SuccessFactors. The SuccessFactors is bringing into their platform these two things. They are bringing the content from the third-party vendors and all. They can mix and match in our in-house development with the third-party vendors and all. The SuccessFactors have done it. So now, first thing, how to create an online content process. How we can create the online content process. So how to create, how to upload the content to a public location. So how to identify the content type and where it is being located. So all those things, how we can do it and all, we will see it now. So that is what the content, most of the content activities we can have it. And also the examples also, what examples is like content objects, the main things and all. So we will be having a presentation of course content like PowerPoint, the content objects and all. So what all the content objects includes here is like a presentation or a PDF or a web page. Or we can have it any interactive tutorial kind of things. Or if we want to, entire course will be purchased from a known vendor like SurveyMonkey. If we want to conduct exams through SurveyMonkey, if you want to create any survey kind of things, also you can do it along with the SurveyMonkey, through SurveyMonkey also. So the first thing here is like the content object entity. If we're just talking about content object entity, so once you open here, you will be seeing the content objects. If you just search it, you will be getting some of the content objects. These are some basic preparedness of 2018. Like this, they have some contents are there. If you just open, we will also create one more content here. So here you can see this is the content, and here it will talks about what is the domain it is. Obviously, it will be on the public domain. And if you see here is like a developer tool. It means SCOR means shareable content. This is going to be shareable content for this particular part. So, and the launch method, what is the launch method that you would be seeing here is like under the launch method SCORM, because this is a shareable content object. So for that reason, this launch method here itself, it is telling it is like you have been launched with the SCORM, shareable content things only we have. What are the objectives of this particular content? If you see here, so this is like the mobile enabled responsive course, and this is the basic preparedness. In that basic preparedness, this is the objective. It is there for this, and you would also see whether this is going to be support for AICC support, or because already we have launched through a SCORM. Okay. So shareable content object. So we need not to go for AICC support for this particular content or whatever it is. So, and whether it is like a cross security domain, because to access a content object entity, we can see whether it could be like a cross security domain, whether this particular content can be visible for it is not enabled or in the LMS here. Why? Because whatever the domain that we have given for the public, it will be just go and available for the public, entire public people. It will not be for a cross security domain activity center. Okay, so now what we have to do is, like, now we will just go and create one content object here. So how we can create it? We will just go and create, add new. We can create one particular content here. We will just add content object ID. So I can just name it like ZT basic. We can say like basic corporate ethics. Okay, that would be like online content kind of things. So etiquette, we can just mention it like as a online etiquette. Etiquette, and this is the object ID. We can just mention it like GTBO online basic corporate etiquette. So I just naming here like this CET, and this I want to launch it for public domain only. So this is because see in this content, because the security domain I just giving it for the public enter, and we can have it any build user or build who is going to be who built this particular object. So we can name that user and who built this object, and when we have building this particular object. So, and description of the content, maybe if you want to write it, we can write the description of the content and all. So who is building this? Maybe we can just mention SF admin is the build user. We can have it, and build company, something we can have it, and when it is going to be location, and build date I just giving it for some today's date I'm just given it, and the description I just writing it is this is for a company. This is a corporate etiquette, corporate etiquette presentation, and this is going to be a launch method of developer tool. We can just mention it here as like SCOM. We can have it, and then we will just go and add this one. So it is going to be added. So this is the way that it is added, and we will just go for the launch. And also here launch, we will just say SCOM 2004, and these are the latest versions. Okay, so if you want to, either it would be like a whatever the way that you want to mention it. If you want to mention SCOM 2004, it will be mentioned it as like a SCOM kind of a shareable content object. Okay, so we can apply changes. Okay, so we can apply changes. SCOM we can put it, and we can just go over here and objectives for this. What it is going to be? What is any objective ID, or you just click it here and search for any objectives. So whatever, how it is going to be. Okay, so in what way it is going to be. So it is like a we can say is like this etiquette comes under, maybe we can say leadership styles and skills. If we want it, we can just have this one as like this, and we can choose, we can apply this. Yeah.
So can we verify before selecting what version we want? What content do we have in it?
Yeah. Pardon?
No, how different the versions are? Can we check?
Versions is like, see, if it is any things that we wanted, so obviously we will go for the SCOM 2004 4th edition.
Right.
So these are all, pardon?
That would be the latest one, right?
Yeah, latest one. It is from 2004 onwards, it is the latest one and all. So either exactly the launch method, you want to have it like a content player in the sense, obviously you should require a flash thing and all. Okay, any document link type you can have it, or if you want to examinable unit you want it, or it is a browser kind of things, you can choose that. And the SCOM, as I said, like shareable content kind of things. So it's all depend, but you can go either of these two you can go ahead. Okay, so the latest year is like, because for these systems and all post 2019 onwards, we can give it because if any old content, if it is like, so legacy content, we may go for SCOM 1.2. or if it is a good latest, obviously, because if it is a new content, we can just go for a SCOM 2004 and 4th edition, we can go ahead. That's not a problem. Okay. So, and the objectives, I just want to add, this is the objective. I'll just give it 2001 and add this objective, and this this way we can just create the object, because whatever you see, like as I said, like these are the things whatever you would able to make it. This is like what exactly what the SCOM is like. It is like a SCOM is like one shareable content unit. It is like it's a tool used to develop the content and all. We can have it on that particular software. It will be whatever the things and all, because if you see the content, maybe if you see the launch methods here is. So as I said, like content player, this will be generally, it will be rarely used. We can have it, and this requires an application not installed on the client workstations, content player kind of things. And whereas document, obviously we know about word processing or a spreadsheet or a test files or whatever it is, we can have it. And obviously AACC, we know it is obviously because the content object is AACC compliant, means it is like a assignable unit compliant and all, because that is what we can set. And whereas the browser, if you see it, it's like a viewed within a browser. We can launch method for LMS just to display some certain websites or whatever it is. As I said, like these are the three things and all will be there. SCOM things and all. 1.2, 2004 is nothing but 1.3 version only. Okay, so in a other word, we can say it is like whether 1.2 is a old version, 2004 is like a 1.3 version only. So it is means obviously it would be the latest version. Okay, and in that also we have got a 4th edition. We have got it, which is like a maybe 1.3.1 kind of thing only, but it is not telling directly. It is not a 1.4 version or whatever it is, because this obviously the SuccessFactors initializes this shareable contents when user launches this content and all, because these are the 3 types. Basing on these 3 types, we can go and communicate with SAP SuccessFactors using these particular shareable content objects and all. We can just give it and all. What we can do is like, maybe we can just come over here. If you whatever you choose it, you can give the content URL wherever you're placing that particular content. That content URL you have to give it. And if you want to make that things and all, if you want to enable that access and all, URLs and all, what we can say here is like the URLs it would be like content URLs kind of things. Maybe somewhere we have put it, or otherwise we can just copy from any other. But here is like one thing we can just say here is like enable mobile access, means it will be available for the mobile access also. We just for a content player, if you just search it, you will be getting the content players, what all the content players that are available, so that whatever we have attached it to that. So for content player launch method only, it will be asking of it. Okay, so this is what we can whatever the things that we wanted, we can just access it. We can the things and all. These are the launch methods, what we can see it. Especially on the content management, content objects, activities, and all. So obviously, we after this particular point, we will just talk about the objectives. What objectives? Because this objective content, any relationship with any of this particular object is going to be, because this could be this objectives can be associated with multiple objects or items or competencies or any exams kind of things. So as I said, like this basic corporate ethic, if they have completed this, I'm just telling one of the objective, which is called leadership objective, will be intend to use that particular objective, or maybe it would be like any adaptive learning kind of things that we can have it about. So basically, this is one objective. Once you clear this online content ZT basic corporate ethic, your objective, one of the objective is like a leadership is our objective. So that objective is going to be fulfilled for your online content course and all. So this is what we can see it. And after that, this is like, as I said, like this will AACC support tab, which we will be under AACC core vendor, or obviously we have given a SCOM launch data only, we have tell it. But if you want to make it this as a AACC support data, because obviously SCOM also comes from the AACC part only, because that is one particular body they will be maintaining of the support activities kind of things. And whereas the other one would be is like a cross security domain. Because cross domain tab used for the SCOM content wherever located on different domain names than SAP SuccessFactors Learning, if it is in such cases that requires any activations in our system things and all, we have to go and consult SAP SuccessFactors Learning support team for the best approach of supporting cross domains and all. Maybe if, because SCOM is nothing but shareable content object, that is. So some folder at some URL, some server, we put it that particular content. Okay, so that URL we are giving it at the launch method. If that server is outside of your organization, okay, so that time we should go for a cross security domain, or we can call it like cross security domain or a cross domain. So that time, if your SCOM content located on a different domain than SuccessFactors learning system and all, because this obviously sometimes it will happen whereas you have to bring it from some other third-party companies servers. So from their servers, if you want to bring your content object, then obviously you have to look for the cross security domain. So for this, we can go and ask the supporting team and all. So as of now, this is not enabled in our LMS system and all. So we should not, we will not go ahead and we will not be giving off it. Okay, because if it is in some cases, if it is there, if the customer demands, so they have their own servers, from their own servers, if you want to get it, we have to enable that part, that cross security domain support should be enabled in the LMS with the help of SuccessFactors Learning support team only. Okay, so because the support team, obviously it would be SF support team only. If in case, if we have a full-fledged knowledge on the provisioning system, we can go and just enable cross-security domain option in the provisioning system. But that also on the generic provisioning systems, it will not be there. Those who are controlling of the cloud data centers, so they will be having of it. But as of now, we are raising a ticket with for our regular customers and all. If it is in such cases, we will raise a ticket with the support team, SAP support team. They are doing of it. Okay, so this is like a not a normal activity. This is like some upper level activity which will be taken care by the support team, SuccessFactors Learning support team only. Okay, so that is the content where we can see it. So these are the obviously these are the things that whenever we are creating a content object part and all. So this is this way we can just go and create it. These are the tabs that will be there, and whatever the tab that we have given. So summary, we creating of the summary with all the details, who is going to be created and who is going to be launch method, objectives, and all these things we can just make over of the things and all we can do. And after that, items with how we can items with the online content, how we can do it, how we can create an item with online content, how we can add and modify of the objects to the online content structure. We can see it, because whether it would be, see, sometimes what will happen, though it is instructor led, some items require online content, because before joining to the class you have to learn something, you have to learn something something kind of things, because online items only contains online content only, maybe any assessment objects or any before coming to the instructor led, you have to do some contents if you want to map it any kind of things and all those things. If you want to do it testing, maybe if these are the things and all, because the whenever we want to keep it this as like a online content, whenever the item is going to be published before the instructor led kind of things, if it is anything is there. So that is the thing where we already know how to create a online item part and all, because we have seen how to create a online things and all. Obviously we will go to the learning activities. There you will be clicking off items. So and then we will be just whenever we are creating an item, so there we can create online content. We can place the content and all. We can just put it over here. So we will just show it to you online only. If it is any online thing is there, only online thing, if you want to create it, you will just create add new item. So if you want to item type, if you want to add any item type, so here is like we can just go. So this we can say it is like online course. We can have it item type. Just 1 second. We will just do it as items. Add new. We can have so now I'll just create one item course item ID ZT1 revision date. So 6th date, and these are all the things. Content here is like CT basic corporate etiquette, and the security domain here is like public. The delivery method here is like, so we will say online, okay, and design type ID. So under area of responsibility, so approval process ID, we can just go for first step supervisor. Approval required, need not, I am not giving any of these things. Auto enroll, all this creation date, we are creating today's date, and I'm not giving anything. Instructor materials or nothing, I just giving it, I just added, most correct. The revision date cannot be in the future, okay. So we will just give it today's date only, and then we will just add it, this particular item. We'll make it 2. Okay. So now this is the thing. Here we will just go to online content, and we will add the content object. So we will go to the content object, search for our content object, which is GT BC Okay. So this we can select it. So what is the title? Obviously this is GT basic. So this is what it is showing. What is the content type? SCOM 2004 content type. Okay. So now just save this, because this way whatever we have created the items, we can say so let it. So this is the one. How we can add our content and all, we can just come over here by creating an item, and even we can add this as whatever the contents that we wanted, any presentation or whatever it is. If you want to put it, so maybe what we can do is like, we will just completion status is required. So here is the complete content on launch. We can just put it. So course attend, we can have it. Add to history and completion of all content. We will just adding of it. Maybe we will just put course and we can just mastery score. We can mention it is like 80. Add to history and pass. And just going off it. So like this, we can just save this. This way we can add it. Maybe we will go and add to our existing one also, one particular content. So what we can do is like we will search for our CT, one more item which we have created. Sorry. For this one also we will go and add the same content object. Okay, we have already added some content on that. It is like a browser one. Okay, so for this, any the settings that we have done it on that is like 99. So this way we can just add the items in this particular way. We can just go and add it, whatever the content that we wanted. We will add it according to the items, whatever the items that are there. We can add the content object like this. Okay. So this way, once we done this one, we will just go back to this is an item that we have created with the content part. Okay, so if you want to do it, if you want to do any whenever the content object score as like an item grade, whenever we want to recording things and all, we have to just go and do some general settings. We have to enable it, whether if it is if any global application settings and all, what exactly is it, whether if this is going to be applied with any of the application administration kind of things. Because if you want to capture content score as item grade when recording learnings and all, what we have to do is like a small thing that what we have to do is like we have to go for the system administration. Under system administration, we can go for the configuration. So there you will be seeing a global application settings. In this application settings, we have to go for a general settings area to enable this particular feature and all. Here, if you go over here, so capture content, already it is been there, capture. That is the reason we have got it. If you want to have any score as when recording learning and all, if you want to capture this content object score and all, if you want to have it, you have to enable this particular feature so that we can just capture it. Because when an admin configures this particular content object to add as a history record as passed or failed, or whatever the options that we have given it, right? When you have to record add to a history, after processing that, you have just given that click enable things and all. So the LMS can automatically record the score as a user's whatever the received on that particular content object that is associated with that particular item. So for that purpose, we want to do this particular small item, that enablement we have to do it at this particular global application settings part, where we can come over here, because they can under the learning history, they can just go and just check it out. This is what they can see it. After once we modifying an item with any online content, if you want to revise it, how we can revise it is like we will just go to the items part. So how we can if we want to do any changes, if you want to modify an item with online content, any content that you want to make any content that you want to change it or revise it, if you want to do it and all, what we have to do here is like we have to make some for an online item kind of things. If you want to do it, is like we will just go to the item ID. So whatever item ID is ZT2, as I search for that, if you search for it, and if you want to just go ZT2, and in the actions under the online content tab, if you want to go for actions, and you can just go and revise it. So and then you can just already we have given one revision date and all. If you want to go and give any new revision date that you want to do it, you can give it over here also. Okay, so this what we can do is that we can give it maybe today's date, and we will just try it. The timings and all we will just change it. So maybe I can give it 10 p.m. So if it is the time zone, because only I'm just the revision number, I just giving it 1, and then you can just go to the next. The revision date must be a valid time 10 p.m. only I've given, right? This date, maybe we will just give it. No, we have already given revision date, right? Already this is like a revision kind of thing. So maybe okay, the previous revision only I wanted, and we can just revision next. Make this item production ready, or make this item production. Okay, so any revisions we can just do it like this. So it will ready for the things, and now we will I would have put it production ready. Again revision. Okay, finalize revision. So this way we can do any things and all revision, the same content. Maybe if you have added a few more slides to that, or anything that you're doing it, especially if you want to add some contents. So already it is being published. How we can add it? We can do it through the revise activities, things and all, whatever we can do it on the revised pattern, and we can do it. Content we can just do it. So if we want to do it any we can create an instructor led with online content item. How we can do that? That way, how we can do it and all, we can just see it. So how because that is a, though it is an online thing only. So but restriction options for instructor led items with online content, we have to we have to do that one also, because obviously instructor led with online content courses will be there. So those courses we just generally call them is like a blend. We can just call it like a blend of instructor led and web based training. And blend in the sense it is mixture of two things, instructor led, and there will be some online web based training also is there. So in that case, because we have seen individual content, individual item we have created, we can create it instructor led, and individually we can create it online. But if you want to mix this online content along with the instructor led, if you want to do it in such a way, so this thing what we will be calling it like as a blend, we can call it blend of instructor led. Maybe typically the word we can call it in learning terminology, we can say it is like a blend. We can call it, we can just call it like a blend training. If it is a mixture of both online and both web-based training and all, as well as a instructor-led kind of things, because the classes tab, which will because for online content generally we go and add to the items and all. Now instructor-led means obviously we have seen we will be creating the classes kind of things. Okay, so the classes tabs it will allow to select the schedule, course, and agenda things. We have seen what is the time slots and all. The items online content tab includes all these things and all. Within these are the things that we have to go and do it as access the things and all. We have to do it this particular way also. How to create the blend training, how to blend in the sense it's always a mixture of the things and all. Okay, so if you want to create a blend, now we have seen a normal online learning item we have just created. Now how to create a blending learning item also we will just see it as well, because whenever any place or anywhere, if any things and all, if you it is being asked what is meant by blend, it is like nothing but both instructor led and web-based tutorials. Whenever we are going to create it, we will just call it like a blend learning item. That item we generally call it like as a blend item, we can call it. So for this, obviously we will go for the items part, where we can go at the items here. Maybe I'll just go to because the type on the new system is the class and online, we can have it. This is the, because both class is nothing but instructor led, and online is like a online content based. So I just want to add this one, and again I'll come back to the original system. Okay, so we will just select English and we can say okay. And now item type, so we can just say it is like a course. Okay, and the ID we can just mention it ZT03. Okay, and here I just adding ZT, ILT, and OLT. Online, instructor led, and OT. I just mentioning like that because I am not giving any title kind of things here as well. It is a mix, it is a blend. I'm just writing it. Then maybe whenever you look for blend, the public domain only, the approval process step 1, not required, not doing, and continue. Number of days, okay, we will just go back here, just mention number of days, 2 days. Okay, hours per day is like 8 hours. We will just go to continue. Here I'm just going and adding the content. Okay, so there we just went and added. Here we can just add a content object. So whatever the content object, in this side also you can look over here. So what is the content our object? Obviously here also we will just add that basic content only, or otherwise we will select this one. Okay, so what is this basic prepared thing and all, or our thing also we can have it. And the title here is like, this is for ZT OLT part. Okay, so and this is what is the mastery score. I can have 80. So complete content on launch, and you can just, if you want to, this way we can add it. So whatever on the new version also you have seen in the completion state, here is like course pass, then only it is going to be completed. So this GTOLT, we have added it as a content. So now save and exit, we can have it this way, we can see it. Okay, so now this now we are going to online content we have added. Now the classes part we have to do it, agenda template, all those things we have to do it as a agenda template kind of things. We will be doing it. Here if you see, the online content will come over here, we will go to the new version. So from there we can add the classes, agenda template and everything like that, we can see it. So whatever the way, so that we created, whether it is a class or whether it is an online item. So if you want to add it even in the class also, class is nothing but instructor led, even in that case also you would able to see it. The online you could able to add the online content part. Here if you see these are the classes, so you will just go to the agenda template. So what is the day 1? So the day 1, day 2. So day 1 is like, which is like intro introduction, and this, if you see, manage any equipment or whatever, and day 2, this is final, something I'll just write. Okay, so any delayed start agenda template, this is any delayed start, we can have 15 minutes delayed start, we can have it. And what is the location type? This is like a classroom, we can just create it, and this is like we can just create it like as a virtual, we can have it, and then we can just save it. So this way we can just add the online content which is related to instructor-led activities and all, we can have it. Okay, so this way we can just do it, and if any tasks, if we want it, we can have a curricula here in this, where we can just go and publish it, the libraries. So the way we want to publish this. So under core catalog part, add classes, and we can have it under this course catalog. When it is going to be, it is like a new, I can just put it, and what is the date, we can publish on today's date, and this is save, we can have it like this, and also we will just go to classes, let me come back to the new system, you will see that activity and all. So we have added, we could able to add the online content part and all, we have created. Okay, so now we will just go to classes. Here just now what we created here is a class ID, GTC 3, we have so online content, we have it. We will go to classes. Okay, we'll create it as a class, and the template is there. Okay, so now what we will do is like, we'll create it as a class. We'll create one class and we will assign that class to that. Or otherwise we will search for one class, and on the same class we can this particular item. Okay, so and then this is also a course, and when it is going to start, it is going to start today only, and when is the time, we can just say 2 p.m. review. If you see it, it's a non-working day. Okay, it is saying non-working day. Okay, so maybe we can just let it be the schedule we have given it. Okay, so and then what all the facilities that we want to give it, so we will just go to which office we can go, the NAS office, Chicago office, we can just put it. Okay, and then any primary location, we can just say classroom 100, and who is the instructor, maybe we can say Vancouver. So here, whenever I'm talking about VLS, as I said, right, VLS server is like, these are the two ones, Adobe and WebEx, that we are going to discuss now. So anything we can give it. If it is virtual is there, so WebEx specify valid primary instructor. So maybe this particular, again, we don't have it. At the security level, we have to give it and all. So that I'll just tell you. So I hope even that also is not there. Okay, we will just give it normal thing. And if any custom fields that you want to see it on that day, whenever we see some custom fields, we have seen it, right? So in such a way, any travel assistance, if you want it, and dietary restrictions also, if you want it, you can just see the items over there, and we can just save this. Does not have an email address to receive the. So this way, obviously, we know how to the things and all. We were just being the time slot starts also on a non-working day. Yeah, true, that's fine. You want to wish to proceed? Yes, I want. Okay, so now this this is being over, and again all the things, and obviously you guys can try it how to do the registrations things and all. You can do it whatever we have discussed last. So whenever you go for this items part, you would able to see for this item ID ZT03, you would able to see the class over there. Okay, so if you see, these are the things that you would check it out. If you see, the online content is there. So this is the online content, and what are the classes? What is the class here is you would be seeing. This is the class, and you can just start for any under the classes. You can just go for the registration part and all. You can just do it this way, kind of, because earlier we have created them as like a separate, and there is one online item we have created, and we have added a content, online content, we have added it over here. So whenever we just go and assign this particular things and all, if you want to assign it to any specific user, which is like SF admin, and we can just go to add. You can just mention add, and next we can go over here, and this is going to be the next, and select item for addings. Here is like a course and any ID if you want it. So anyhow, we can, this is the item only that we are going to add it. So we can just go add, and what is the assign type, where you want to assign it is like in an area of responsibility, and assign date is today's. Next, we can run the job, required date when it is going to be happen, and just give the required date also today. Run job now. Successfully added the items to the specified users. So now you would able to go to admins and learning page. Now if you go over here, to here, if you see request a class, you can request for the registration. So if you go and just check it out, this see, so these are the 16 hours, and you can see instructor led and the online course. Okay, so earlier and all, we would able to, whenever you created normal class only, it will say it is like instructor led only, it will be shown. Okay, so this is what the criteria, which we can call it like as a blend kind of activity, we can see it. So this way we can see whatever the online content, whatever we have created, what all those things we can just make our this particular way. You guys also can do some practice and all, we can do it. And next thing here is like if you want to do any import content tool and all. So now let me come back here, admin center. We can because using the import content tool, because we can import the online item content structures into the SuccessFactors learning time saving approach and all. So so for that purpose we will just come to learning administration, so where you would be able to see how we can use the import content tool kind of thing. So because this, what exactly the content things and all, because it will allows us to browse for multiple files to upload and all. So whether any if it is the ACC or a SCOM content must be supported with the new versions of the system, must contain a zip file, we can do it. So for that purpose, we have to, all batches wise, we can just go and do it and all, we will be just doing it. First step here is like when we go for a content, we will go for import content. Okay. So add as a new content, add content for an existing item, or anything that you want to replace content for any existing item, or enable mobile or offline content for an existing item. So if you want to do, these are the four things and all. These are the four things that you would be seeing of it. So first thing here is like if you want to add any content for any add new content. So what it is going to be, you just go to add new content. Next, you're bringing into the system and all. So simple thing here is like all these. If you want to browse anything, so maybe if you want to browse from this particular system, some file that you want to add it. So if you want to add it some report, or if you want to add it this particular SAP EEC payroll thing and all. So if you just go over here, so next you can just, this is PPTX, so this will be allowed. Okay, so PPTX is allowed, and you can just go to next, and where the server location. So what is the server location? What is the you'll be having two things, I content service, so US demo, and this is for the European. So I just doing it at the US demo. So, and whether this require enable mobile access for all the content. Okay, if you want to keep enable offline player things and all, we can have it, and then we can, so this way we can just specify what all the things that we wanted. We can just choose it things and all, we can choose it. So if you want to, if you have chosen any for example, if you see here is like from this, basing on this here, if you see there is a AACC wrapper and all. So this is like to any non-AACC or a SCOM content and all. Okay, this wrapper apply for especially the content will be, because this is nothing but wrapper in the sense it will convert whatever the files that are there. It will convert AACC wrapper. It will convert into that particular versions. AACC means adjustable unit versions. Okay, so if anything, if you want to make it that also as like a AACC content, if you want to make it, you will be opting this for this particular one, because because this if you for non-SCOM or any AACC content only, we will just make it this as a AACC wrapper. We can just do it, because this, whenever we are uploading, it will content batch wise things and all, it will be happen. For that option we can have it. And then if you want to give it any special instructions, if you want to give it, you can write it the special instructions for that. And if you have chosen to create items, so what this, if you just choose it, any create items, if you want to create any items, create a new learning item for each content package, whatever this we will call it like one content package kind of things. So for this, if you choose this create items for this particular learning item, if you set this item to course, then the system sets all items that it creates on import to be of that particular type course only. So we recommend that you set an item because you see, whatever the items that we are if we are creating, for example, if you want to create it, the system creates it's like a pre ZT01, pre ZT02, like that. It will be add the underscore under with the underscore only, it will be added. Okay, so that for that purpose, if you want to add it anything, you will be adding over here and everything. So what you can say, this is like a mark non AICC's content objects. It is going to be add to an a history. Everything, this particular content part directly we can assign it to the one particular item directly, or from here also we can directly we can just go and opt it. We can opt it from directly here also. We can opt it like that. Okay, so that is what we can say it here is like, if you see, so once I have just import files, I'm not giving anything here. I just remove this. I just adding it like as in a import files. We can just import these particular files. Once you schedule, so this is going to be added. So we will get a status called we will get success status. Okay, once you schedule the job, it will send because once it runs, the system imports the content and reports what it is being imported, kind of things. Run this job immediately. I'm just giving that, finish it. Okay, it is asking to mention the email address. It is asking, and just say I don't want anything. Run this job immediately. So this way we can import whatever the contents that we wanted. We can just go and import it. Must be entered if you choose to be notified upon job completion. Here, this is one content package. Here we will just try to add some more over here. So existing things and all, we can add it like this. Whether like adding as like a folder or exams or whatever it is. So if we just object label, we can give it here. just created as a folder. Okay, so that nothing content is nothing is there, but I just added it as like a folder. Okay, that folder, whatever we wanted, we will just add this one. Okay, return to content structure. So this is the content. Under this particular content packages, ZT is there. Okay, let me try it in the other way. Okay, so this is the one. Let me go to import content, add content for an existing item. So we will just go to next. We will browse some zip thing we can copy over here. Maybe we will copy this. Because these are all high content service, right? So obviously, generally, whenever the customer it is taking, they'll be selling the GB also from the learning side. Okay, they may say, customer, you'll be having only 1,000, you'll be having 1 TB of 1 TB or 5 TB things only you will be loaded and all like that. Only from the SAP side it will tell, because that is high content servers and all. High content were maintained generally with the SAP. So the server location. So here is like, this is high content service. Here's demo. Okay. So the item type. Some report I have added, some PDF, import files. It is imported. Schedule job. Schedule this job to be executed on. Maybe I have to check the jobs in if it is not run, I'll just check it out and I'll show it to you. Job part, it is triggering some errors under the job part. Maybe I have to check it in the provisioning of this particular system. See, maybe you might be getting the errors. See, couple of times we have got the fail or success errors. We have got it right. Success we have got it, but when running the job, it is throwing some error for me here. Okay, so there is workaround is there. Maybe I have to check for, in my case here, I have to go and check about the whatever the job behind it is there, that I have to check. I have to just check it off. See, whenever we are loading it, we will get these errors and all, but we have to just ensure. See, here is like this, the validation was successful, and I have to go and do the scheduled job and all. So sometimes when we are getting a validation itself, if we are getting it wrong, then we have to change the format of that particular files. I've did it, whatever I've did it now and now. So when I run this job, immediately if allowable, so I just getting some error here. It is not completing, because this would take a long time to complete and all. This action must be scheduled to run in the background. So please complete the following information if you want this action to run at a specific date and time and all. If you choose, so for that reason it is there, but I'm just clicking it, run this job immediately. So maybe in the background there is some problem with the job and all. So that those things we have to check it in the provisionings. Under manage schedule jobs will be there. Okay, so maybe in the provisioning, if already have shown it or not shown, I'm not sure, but in that there will be some jobs and all there. Why it is not happening, that we have to check it. All jobs, maybe if it is sync jobs will be there. See, for example, employees who have joined in all jobs will be there. With respect to content job also will be there in the provisioning. All maybe in the provisioning only we will just check it all the scheduled jobs and all. So scheduled jobs consist of plenty of jobs are there for all the activities. So entire for success factors, all the jobs will be available in the provisioning only. Okay. So for this particular one, we have to check the import content job. We have to check it out. Okay. So maybe I believe some the SFTP connection also some failing of it. I need to check with that. Okay. ZIP file. It is saying unable to deploy zip file for GTC file. Not connect. Maybe anyhow, while showing you the SFTP connection also, I'll just show it to you. So that under the provisioning only. So because for that specific job, say let me log in into, maybe I'm not logging into this particular provisioning settings. These errors are common that we get it. Maybe here is like the SFTP server, the connection problem is happening here. So that I need to check it because the SFTP thing and all we have to create it. So that we will be creating in the provisioning part. So if you log into the provisioning system, if you go for managed scheduled jobs, first we will check monitor jobs. So we'll just go back. All these are the jobs, okay, whatever you see it here. So this is the where we have to give the SFTP protocol and all. Okay, anyhow, I'll just create this and I'll just check it out. Okay, I'll show it to you anyhow. Okay, so this way, where whatever the things that we want to do it, especially for the activities and all, maybe some error we have to give this protocol server kind of things. So anyhow, that way we can just do it and all. Any edit and all content packages edit also we can do it that way. And after that we can see it open content network. So this is like where some place where we can this is like content providers and all. Maybe it would be like a third party providers and all. If you see these are the providers that we would be these content providers and all. So these are the associated with SuccessFactors team and all. These are the content providers. So whatever they'll create the contents and they can provide it to our system and all. If you want to deactivate or activate these online open content network courses and all. So where currently there are no providers for which activation or inactivation of items is and all. So if you want to go and create any specific here is like if you will just go to search, nothing is there. So if you search it, we have got it. These are the people that these are the providers ID and all. So this is like one Corsa is one particular third party things and all. There what they'll be content, what course ID they are giving it here is like you can see introduction to astronomy. So if you select import selected, it will imported into our content part and all. It will be happen. Like, Okay, so whatever imported selected, we can see that imported selected, so that it is going to be, this is the one where if you see that particular thing, it was being imported to our content part. If you want to go and activate and deactivate, so what we can do is like here we will just add a course ID. So anything we can just say here as like search for anything. So these are all online based whatever open content networks and all. Okay, so those contents, if we want it, so what we can do is like we have selected already, it is been there. So we will just select these things. Okay, import selected. So this has been imported. Okay, and we can search for, if we search normally, so we will search with sorry, we did not okay, we will see 3048. We will import this one and we will type, we will search for that. Import selected. Maybe. So now what we will do is here as well. So this is the one which we have imported into the OCM part and all. So now this is imported. What we can see here is we can just activate here. Download content providers. Okay, let me check out on this because some configuration is being missing out here. So let me check it out on it. Okay, because whenever we open content network, whatever we have added, we have to get activate and deactivate of any courses that we have added. Those things should be appear out here. So that I'll just check it out. Okay, we'll catch up tomorrow. We will see the other system configuration part, like assessments, question library. We will see after these things. We will go and watch out for the system configuration, this part. So here, if you see the system configuration, entire things, what all the things that we want to add it, any custom fields or whatever it is for the classes, If we want to, under the class category, if we want to add any custom fields and all, we have to go and create it over here and all. Okay, so this configuration part is an important one. So whatever entire system administration, you'll be seeing a configuration tab. So security tab, you will be seeing of custom tab, and system management tools. All these parts will be there. So those things I'll talk about that part also. Okay, so only one thing here is like this for this online content network. So this is like an open content network. So these are the open content providers and all. So once of adding of these imported, if we once it is being imported, so for them we have to do the activation and deactivation. Whether we want to use this open content network, if we want to use it, we will use it. If it is not, we will activate. If you want to use it, we will keep it activate. And if you want to deactivate, we can just go and deactivate it. So for once, even after importing also, it is not coming over here. I need to check the config part. Anyhow, it will take some time to check off of it. So we will see that tomorrow, this one. Okay. Here we have got one particular tab called references. So if you go back to the world, let me show it to you. The differences is nothing but there is no much difference. That is what I'm telling it from since beginning and all. But only the UI part, the UI has been changed. User experience activities only, it has been changed and all. So see, if you see, this is whatever the tabs that you see over there, all the things are the same. Okay, even there people management, the people is there. So almost all the things are there available. What all the things, if you see, all the things are there with the old UI and the new UI. Only the thing here is like the new UI. This one will run on the head of Flash player. So maybe from December 2020 onwards, this will not be visible, and only the new UI will be there, because this was constructed on the Flash player, the LMS system. Whatever you have seen, all the tabs, what all the scene, it was being constructed with the help of Flash player. So that Flash player is not going to be exist and not associated with SAP post this December 2020 onwards. So that's the reason the learning thing, the new UI was launched on the Fury, and this is a Fury structure. Fury is nothing but a JavaScript in the background and all. Okay, so that part it is there, and what all you see it, you would be seeing it in a different way only. Functionality wise, no differences at all. So what all the tabs that you have seen over there, all the things you will be able to see it over here. Okay, the functionality, whenever you just go and check it, if I've given the system also, right? So if you want, you can just go and check it, validate it, and let me if any difference is there. Okay, maybe the naming has been changed a little, but nothing more as the functionalities are the same. Okay, so maybe I feel like nothing, the namings also not changed anything much over here, but if you identify anything, you just let me, I'll explain that what exactly it is.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the primary purpose of the SAP SuccessFactors Learning Management System, LMS? Option A, to manage employee performance reviews. Option B, to handle recruitment and onboarding processes. Option C, to facilitate employee training and development. Option D, to track employee compensation and benefits. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, ready to master SAP SuccessFactors Learning Management System? Our course is here for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP SuccessFactors Learning Management System. It's like a toolkit for organizing things, ensuring we have enough supplies and getting them where they need to be. Covering everything from the basics to advanced tips, it's crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors? They're pros with tons of experience, dedicated to helping you learn and answering all your questions. And guess what? Our students rave about how helpful this course is. People just like you have found it super beneficial. Plus, it's budget friendly. This awesome opportunity won't empty your wallet. Ready to become a SAP SuccessFactors Learning Management System whiz? Sign up on our page now. For more details, head to ZaranTech's website.
Let me discuss with some theoretical part about our connectors. Okay, so we'll have it for 30 to 40 minutes of time, and we can complete that theoretical part, and then tomorrow we can catch up with the settings. Okay, so the connectors is all about what exactly these connectors is like. For the connectors also, because these are the standard connectors that whatever we see on the system is all about. It is talking about a success factors, standard connectors and all. What this actually the connectors is all about is here is like it will provide the integration of whatever the data from our external data in the LMS, and it will also support the foundation success factors foundation system. So what exactly it will be? Any connectors, maybe because we'll be having a multiple connectors, so where we can connect with to our LMS system, because we will not be loading of any, we will not be creating of any organizations or a job codes or any of the connectors is like these are all the things we will not be doing it. We will be getting it from our success factors foundation system, which is called an employee central or some basic foundation success factor system. And so from there only we will be bringing into this particular LMS system. So for that reason, we just want it as a connectors, or sometimes we may have some other connectors with respect to the users level. Okay, so if we are using this for a federal government or whatever it is, federal or for any other external service providers. So from those external users, you want to bring it them to the LMS system. How we can bring it is like we can bring it through the connectors. So those we will be calling it how we can bring these connectors here is like there will be a source system. Okay, and there will be a data file production where we will be transfer to SuccessFactors SFTP system. From SFTP system, the SuccessFactors learning system will bring that file into that particular, because there is a place there we will be seeing SFTP connection. So where we can transfer that file from this particular, from other systems like any other system. Maybe it would be PeopleSoft HRMS, their data. So also their data, any other employee HRMS system, if you want to bring the data from that particular HRMS system and all, we can place it. That system we will be connecting to our SuccessFactors SFTP connection. So the file will be placed over on the SFTP, and from there it will be processing it to our SuccessFactors learning. So anyhow, we will be seeing it in this particular part how these SFTP connections will work. So for that, these are the standard learning connectors, because these are all whatever the standard connectors that are part of our learning product, because these are all the standard things. If any additional these are the for if you want to bring the admins from our SF foundation system, SuccessFactors employee central system, or competencies or curriculums or domain or items, job code, learning history. So whatever whenever you're creating an item, so you would be seeing some default fields and all, values and all. So how we can bring it, even for the organization, how to choose the organization. The organization comes from the SF foundation, SF employee central system. So all the positions or all these users consist of a separate set of things: general users, federal level of users, and SuccessFactors level of users. So this users is generally where we can create under, especially for a LMS, and where we will bring the users from SuccessFactors system. And if it is an external body, which is like a federal body, if it is we are doing it. So here, that is the reason there are connectors where we can see is a 3 types of connectors: standard, basics, and federal. Okay, standard is obviously our LMS system where we will be creating and importing through an Excel sheet. We have already seen that. So those things we can bring it through a standard. And BizX in the sense, which is nothing but our success factors, employee central system. So, and the federal is like, that is the external body where we can bring the data from the federal external we can feel it like an external connections. So all whatever the data that is being used, create and update user accounts, where we can do it with this particular connectors. And even the federal, there will be a separate federal connectors and all. If you go for a learning administration, and if you see on the connectors part, see, these are the connectors parts where we can see it, account code, administrator, whatever we have seen on the slide. So all those things we will be calling it them as a connectors, and you can see item, curriculum, job code, learning, and even in you see user connectors federal, and user connectors SF. So basing on these connections, we will get the data from the external points to the LMS system. So for that reason only, so how it will come? It will come through the SFTP connection only. So these are the fields where we can use for migrate and update. If you want to connect domain connectors, it will maintain domain relationships, and also it will deploy. We can use to maintain structures, and we can also sequence in the advance of user connectors part, and organization connectors. We can update all the organization data and hierarchical structure, whatever you have updated in our employee central system. It will come and it will load it from our data, traditionally loaded from the HRIS system. Not only SuccessFactors, it can be any of the other HRIS systems also. We can bring the data into the system with the organizational connectors, especially for the organizations part. Okay, and also learning connectors. All these are the things, because normally used for what all the items often used for integration with the document parts and all, any registrations from the external system. All those things we can do it with the connectors. And the BizX is like user to load user and competency data from our SuccessFactors system. So where we can input files are created, the schedule jobs in our SuccessFactors provisioning part. All those activities we will be doing. Additional fields can be configured for LMS. We can do it whatever the connections that we do it at that particular. So this is a connector process. The first thing here is like, as I said, like we will not be doing all this configuration in our learning configuration workbook. So whatever the requirements, with specific to the connectors part, we have to get it through a separate workbook, which we can, I'll just show it to you. It's called a connectors workbook. Okay, so it consists of account codes connectors, administrator connector, job codes connector, curricular connectors or domain connectors, history, items. All these connectors we can able to see it, or owners, organizations, registrations, or schedule offerings, SF users and LMS users, especially LMS users or federal users, competency connectors. All those things we would doing it the configuration separately. How we will do that configuration? So first, obviously, to do the connections, we will be having a data mapping table. Obviously, we should be having it, and also we will be doing it as a processing rules, and also we will be checking for a connector properties. Okay, so first thing here is like, if you want to go and do a connection between our SuccessFactors to the LMS user connector. So how we can do it and all. So what exactly we have to do it? So for this we have to take a configuration workbook. If you see, if you just click it, this is a field data mapping. How we can do this field data mapping? Okay, so these are all the status, which we can call it like the status is like a SF field. We will have the status here is like, one would be active and active external, inactive and inactive external. We will be having it. So if you want to defaults to N, if you null, if you just LMS database reference, this is a PA_student, and this is the table, and we can see the column not active. So it means this particular status, if you defaults to N, N means it will make active, and Y means make inactive. So obviously, we want the active employees should come from our SF system. So those people we will be telling this particular status code is like a n part, we can just put it, or n, if you put it, it means it will make an active part and all. Okay, so this this is where the SF is a value is a string with 4 distinct values. The connector uses a transformation property to set this LMS values, where it will be, I'll just show it. Based on upon our SF values, we can keep active to n. N means make active. Okay, if you are putting Y means make inactive, it means that status, whatever the status in SF, if it is an active employee or inactive employee, if you put it Y means it will make inactive and it will not show into our LMS system and all. So after other things is like user ID, the LMS user ID, this is a unique learning ID of the user, it is required. Do not change the mapping. So the same thing, the student, whatever the ID that we want to, in LMS database, we will be calling under P_student, and we will be calling under stud _ID. So this is the these are the two main things. Later on, these are all we can map it with F name, first name, last name, all those things we can map it with gender, job code, all title, whatever we get it from SF field or even the same LMS fields, we will be mapping. Where we will be mapping? We will be mapping at the connectors properties place. So now this is the mapping. These are the things that we have to do the mappings. Whatever the SF map, all address, city, state, everything we can just able to map it. So these are the things. If any, why this mapping is required, if any custom fields are there, so those fields, for those fields we have to know, and we have to gain the knowledge of making of this particular mapping part and all. Even these all will be taken under these all will be considered it under the mapping parts, SF field and LMS fields. We have to do it all these. So if you see the custom one, the custom the connectors add custom field references as needed. So how we will be creating it, these values. So for example, so this is for a specific user. Okay, so for a specific user, this is a column underscore num1 underscore value. So this is a custom field one. So how we can make our custom field, the same custom field in SF, how we can map it? We can just go to the custom fields creations. So here, if you just go and create it, whatever the value that we created. So the labeling part, you can change the labeling part also. You can check, you can make labeling part changes and all. You can just make the changes here. You see, for example, user. Okay, so these are the user custom fields. If you search for it, now we are referring for a user. So what is the field number? The 10. The 10 is like the custom value 10. So how, what is the custom value 10? If you see it, if you want to label it, you can label with respect to this particular system and all. You can label it over here. So, and this particular custom value 10. So under column underscore number 10, we can number 9 and number 10. If you whatever the custom value, it will comes and it will be placed over here. Okay, so that custom value, whatever the 10 value, if you have chosen, so that custom value, we can make it, put the custom field label over here, whatever the custom label. See, here is like only SF only has 15 custom fields that have to be used between all enabled applications. So for each and every thing, we can have only custom fields of 15. Those fields we can make it over here, and we given the time zones, default, locale, all those fields, whatever the fields that we will be seeing in our LMS database system, those we can map with our SF fields and all. We can map it. This is the mapping table where we can just do the mapping activities and all. So once after doing of this mapping, so what we will be doing here is like we will be going for a connector properties. So where we will be seeing this update existing user, and these are all the if you want to see this SuccessFactors Foundation time zone mapping for LMS, here is like we will be just going for how we can see the configuration. So we have to go for a configuration, and there we will be seeing a system configuration. So in this system configuration, we will be able to see the each and every connector will have a configuration. So that configurations, we can see it under the connectors part. There we will be just going and doing the connectors part and where we will be doing the connections over here. So if you see, this is the entire connectors settings. So where you can see here is like, see, as I said, like if you want to do the or user, if you, for example, if you just go for a search user connector. So as I said, like whatever the fields that we have mapped it over there, the field mapping data. Okay, so what the first one here is like not active, which is called inactive. Whatever we have seen on the table, if you see here, so where we will, this is the place where we will be coming. See, if for example, you just want to check it out, first one. Okay, so where we have to put it in, or if you just look out, this is the status. Okay, the field mapping code where we have written the particular code. So this is the mapping. We have to represent the mapping over here. So after representing it, we have to go to the connection properties in the system. How we will just go to the connection properties? We have to come to the configuration. So under system administration, we have to come to the configuration. In that configuration, we have to go to system configuration, and where we will be seeing all the connectors, where we will be seeing it. So in that connectors also, the first one what we have to see here is like we will be seeing it user connector. Okay, so this is a normal user connector. In the same way, we will also have SF connectors. We will be having it. This is entire user connectors. If you see it, this is a federal user connectors, the same thing. And if you just go over here, this is a SF field federal user connector, federal user connectors. If you see it, this is the one where we can see it is like user connectors. So here what you are doing it, whatever the field mapping. So whatever the field mapping that you are mapping with our with this particular whatever we have seen on the workbook, those mappings you can, for the federal users, you can have it. And this item, this is the for item 1, so item column. And if you just come back here to user, so whatever the field, see here is like user ID will be mapped with the STUD_ID. So for that, what we have to come over here is like first name is to be mapped with this particular first name. Okay, so f name of this particular f name equals to f name. So this is the one. What is the field mapping for this user connection? Column mappings, these are the column mappings. Whatever f name equals to f name, we have to map it, and whatever the last name, we have to map it with last name, and MI is like a middle name. So whatever the fields that we are calling it, so those mappings and all, you would do it at this particular place. Any changes? So if you see here is like this. If you're coming, these are all the custom values. Okay, so these are all the custom values. Up to 15 are there. If you want to map it, any custom values, if you want to map, if you want to change any mapping, you just make it the mapping part, you can just do it on. So the same thing. So what is the information that we have to capture under this particular workbook is like for each and every connector. So now we have completed with user data. Okay, so here if you just come to connector properties, if you see here is like all these things. So user.connector.default value underscore parent domain ID. So if you see here, this is the connector for SF, the connector properties. If you see it here, so these will be these connectors where we can see it over on this particular area. So if you see all the things that you would able to see it here is like these are the ones. Okay, default value. If you see, this is the first one, user connector deleted user underscore reincarnate equals to Y. So that is the value you have to check with this is the one, Y or N. Indicates whether the deleted users can be restored, yes or no. If you put it Y means it will restored. So that is the reason we have put it. And for which domain ID, the domain must already exist in the SuccessFactors DB. So that particular particular domain, this particular connection, the major connections from where we are getting it. So this is the particular domain, because whenever we are creating any domains, so if you're keeping this as a domain ID, means from this particular domain, the connections will have a perfect connections we can make out from this particular domain connectors. So whenever you are configuring the domain also, if you see domain connectors, if you just go over here, domain connectors, that also will be there here. So domain connectors. So what all the domain column mappings, the domain ID equals to domain description, whatever the domains that we have created. So those things we can able to map it where we can under the domain connector properties and all. So if you see, this is the place where we can see all the properties making these properties, because if you see what is a parent organization ID, the default parent organization must be manually created before the connectors can be run. So basing on this particular properties only, whenever we have run the connection in the sense from the source system to LMS system with the help of SFTP, we have to ensure this properties, this system configuration, because if you see, this configuration contains system administration information required to configure connectors in the talent management system, which is like a LMS system. It consists of two connectors. One is like common and the individual. The common connector says here is like all input file settings, because why input file settings, why we wanted, we are bringing the input from the other source system, so that we will be just mentioning it, we will be telling through FTP only, we will be bringing through the file transfer protocol, SuccessFactors FTP only we will be bringing it. So that is the input file from where it should read here is like from the FTP part we will be reading of it, and then we will be bringing the output file settings here is like into SuccessFactors LMS system. So that is what you can see here is like, this is the details, the whatever the FTP connection settings, because these settings will differs between customer to customer and all. So to get the customers that particular, for example, if you're doing it for Coca-Cola, so we have to raise a ticket with SAP support team to get that Coca-Cola FTP details and all. So for that, we have to raise one request through Launchpad. So we have to go and raise a request. This is the customer that I am going to work at. So for that customer, please provide the SFTP credentials. So they'll be providing with the username and password and with the link also. With that link, we will just go and we can give the username and password, where we can see the files are coming into that particular SFTP part format. So that is the place where we can see here. That is the reason we have to do the setup, the common connection setups also we have to do it and all. This is the place where we will be doing. For that also the properties we have to maintain at the connection at the connectors area. So we have to tell these are the protocols, and this is the we can say the server is like prod f2p successfactors.eu, and this is called a sales sync, and the password where we can just use of it, we will be registering it. After that, we will be creating each and individual connector setting, which is like first one is like organization connector. So for which domain it should be defaulted. So this is a default value. First, the organization connects from this particular domain, whatever the domain that we have it. So all these are the field mappings. These are the field mappings that we have to do it between SuccessFactors field mapping and LMS field mappings. We will be doing it for users. All the properties, if you see it, you can just come out here. So user connections, all user connections, user connectors properties, you can just see it under the system configuration under connectors tab. So all even item related, item module, item competencies column, schedule offering connectors, because whenever all these connectors, whenever you are creating items, you might have seen some values drill down, properties values drill down over there. So all those things, how we have got it with this connectors only, we have got it, the details and all, even the positions, domain. So learning the positions, if you take it, it will come from the SF. So how it is being connected, what is the properties. So default domain is like public, we can put it, and what is the field mapping, what is the position number, it is going to be mapped with the same. So what all the titles, what all the employees, what is the salary range of that particular position, when is the effective date, all those properties we can make, and we can make it from this particular properties file. And all this, for each and everything, if you see it on the workbook, we will be having three things what we have to understand. So this is the picture. Okay, if you see this is the connectors architecture is all about, we can say it is like. So if you see here, this is the where we can see for each and every connector, whatever the connectors, first data mapping table will be there, and then what all the rules and what are the connector properties, where we can go and see it under the configuration, under the system administration, system configuration. In that connectors part will be there, alternate job code, account code, learning history, item connector, curriculum, scheduling, schedule, administrator, domain, all these things we will be having it connector properties. But here when we are filling the workbook, we will just ensure with the field mappings, we will be just ensure with the customers. These are the things that you want to get the population in our LMS. If it is any HRIS systems or any other systems also, you can see it. If you see it is like, if you just go to learning history table, so whatever the user ID, same student ID, item type. So what is the item type, where we can see it, the item type. So all those things, the data mapping. So when it comes to the all these things, what is the types, where we can see it here, all item IDs, all these things, field name and header fields, all these in between the systems, because this is between the LMS systems only, the connectors. What are the contact hours? Okay, so what it says is like the part here is like whatever the field name and what is the header, under which header this particular field should be there. This is a field name, credit hours, whatever, whenever we are creating our item, we will be seeing the credit hours or CPE hours and all. So under which field it should, under which header it should be visible, those things we can privately here. So if you just go to any of the job code connector, or if you go to code, or if you see here is like all these are all SF users connectors. So if you see SF user connectors, okay, so and the field mapping, whatever you see here, you would be seeing it from the SF field to item here. See here is like you can student, this is the LMS field, and this is user ID from SF, and first name, last name, F name, L name, last name. And these are the mappings that we would generally do it with respect to the SF user part also. So, and this is competency connector, if you see. So all these properties, the field mapping, we will be doing it, any field mapping, because generally we will not go and do the field mapping with respect to the standard ones. We will generally go for the custom fields only. We will be just going and we will be making changes to the custom fields. So for example, if you see any custom fields from that, this is the one. Okay, so if you see curriculum, so when you go for SF user, for example, here you have seen SF user. So here is like, if any time zones or whatever the time zones that you can just make out, we can just see it over here. If you come over here on this particular column, see here, these are all the custom fields. Okay, so any custom field, because you are telling this particular SF things here, city equals to city in our SF also. Okay, so this is LMS field, and this is LMS field, and this is a SF field. So if you want to do the connection, so if you want to make out any custom field, if you want to map it, that particular custom field, you can just mention it, that particular custom field under column M1. This is the place where we will be mapping of it, that particular custom field that you want to bring, that custom field, whatever you see it in SuccessFactors, that if you want to bring it to our LMS system also, where under this particular properties, we will be just mentioning of it. See, for example, this phone fax is there. If there is a phone number 3 which is equal. If you want to make out in our SuccessFactors system, what is that particular field, phone number 3, if any field is being happening over there, that field we can just bring it, we can just let the LMS system also, so that whatever the data that it is there in our SuccessFactors, so that particular user, if you see any user, if you go to the any user, whoever comes from the SuccessFactors, their details will be populated through this particular properties, where we can make out all the things, because any connectors, so for curriculum connectors, whatever the curriculum connectors, whatever the fields, whenever you create a curriculum, you would be seeing of these are the fields you would be seeing of it. So what all the fields, what is the domain qualification ID? See, for example, the curriculum, if you just go for a curriculum item, so or curriculum parent requirement or curriculum localization, if you see all these things, admin connectors, so these are all the things, whatever you see it on that particular place on our see, for example, if you go for item, okay, so if you just go for an item over here, so we will just show you item. Okay, this is a content module, item related one, item fields. If you see it here is like item column. First one would be is like item column mapping is nothing but, so whatever, whenever you are trying to create an item, for example, if you want to create any item, you will be seeing the let me just duplicate this. If you see it item, for example, okay, so if you just go and create any item, so how these fields have been make out or here. So this is the place where we would be doing all the item column mappings. All we will be just this is the place where we can tell these are the properties that we want to make out. This is the item connector part. So this is the connector, and for this particular domain, this particular connector is going to support. So, and this is the values where we would be seeing of these are the values, and see here is like CP_NT underscore ID equals to CP underscore ID. So if you come to the connectors workbook, so this is, we can just go and see it on this particular connectors item. You can see it is like the field name and the header field. We will use Delboomi and all here is like whenever you're doing the connection between Employee Central to SF LMS, we have to do the connections through the connectors only. Okay, all we have to do it through the connector properties. If you are using any third-party system like HRIS systems, whether it would be like a PeopleSoft or something, any other systems where we will be using the Delboomi, so even that Delboomi part where we will be just telling the extraction ETL procedures and all will happen at that particular Delboomi part. So directly whatever you have maintained in that third-party system will come and sits into the LMS part without doing of this particular data mapping and all. Why? Because the data mappings and all we will be doing it in the Delboomi system. Okay. So if it is SuccessFactors, we will be having SuccessFactors. Obviously, the SuccessFactors, we have to maintain this particular connection setup. We have to do this connection LMS. We can connect. Yeah. If third party is there, we need not to maintain. Because see, why the connectors here is like the connectors will reads the data from the source system and it will push us to the LMS system with a proper channel. So it means if you are sending one ID, here is like we are checking out of the connector properties. Because this process, the first process here is like workshop, and the workbook will be filling of it, whether we have a licenses or not in learning. Obviously the licenses are there. The staging environment, how we have to set up the environment. For that, this process is for between the connections between the LMS systems and between SF foundation and Employee Central to the LMS system. For this is the connector process. Okay. So if any third-party system is there, obviously we will take the help of middleware. So obviously these setup and all, the middleware will take it process. Okay, take into the consideration. So that is what. See, what I'm telling here is like, though LMS has its has its own, because we want to from SF, if you are bringing it the organization or whatever it is, but in SF we don't have these items and all. Okay, we will not keep any items or schedule offerings or registrations or learning history and all. So for example, if you are bringing these things from any external parties, so maybe there is some other systems, other systems contains of some items, some courses they have it. So all those things, how we can bring it with the connectors only, we will bring it. Okay, so if it is an external systems, not the HRIS systems and all, external systems in the sense where we can say it is like one. See, that is the reason we will be having a download template settings will be there. See, connector download template settings will be there. So if you just go to the connectors, download connector template, it will say which template if you want to download it. See, if you want to load all these, for example, if you want to load all the items, okay, if you just go over here, item connector. Okay, so and this is the files. This is the text file if you want to have it, or if you want to have a CSV file. So if you submit this, what exactly item connector in the sense, if you will get the understanding. So if you want to bring these items in a lump sum, okay, so if you want to create it, okay, so because each and every item, if you want to create it, it would takes a lot of time. Okay, if you want to bring it all together at one go, okay, so there are 2000 items or 3000 items are there. It means 2000 or 3000 courses are there. So all those courses, how we can bring it? All those courses we have to fill it with IDs, and what is the type and what is the domain ID and what all the titles we can fill it in this Excel sheet. Because we have seen one example how to bring the employee import and export, we have did it. In the same way, the connectors, what the connectors will tell here is like, if you want to bring all the items at one, because each and every item you can go and create it. But if you want to bring all the items at one go, you have to bring it through this particular connection settings and all. What you have to do is like, you'll be putting all the details of that items, because you need not to go and create it. You see, if you create any item, for example, what it is going to be asked, the primary things here is like, what is the item ID? Okay, if you see here is like items. If you just go and create one item new, for example, what it is going to talk. So what is the item type? What is the item ID? So that is the reason that is whatever the value that you give it here, you will be giving it in this particular XML file. So what is the ID and what is the type? Okay, so and then we will be see, if you see what is the revision date, that is the revise_DTE, and what is the domain ID. So it will be domain ID. What is the domain ID? It will talks about the domain ID and whether it is a active or a not active. So all whatever the fields that you would able to see it. Okay, so whatever the fields that you want to see it, and if you want to bring these things, because if you create one item, you can create it over here. But there are, before coming into the system itself, before doing the implementation itself, we will be having a plenty of items are there. Those items you want to bring it into the system. Each and every item, go and creating each and every item would be a difficult process. For that reason, we can do it through a connection property, through a connection. So this file we will be filling it and we'll be putting into the SFTP folder, and that folder will brings into the system, will brings into the LMS system with the what all the items that we have created over there. All those things we will be bringing of it into this particular system. Okay, so that is the connection connectors all about. That is the reason, if you see, we will go to the item connector and we will run FTP connection. Okay, and we will schedule it. So what every time, because if you want to create that thing, because we will make it like a schedule process. So whatever, if it is a manual procedure, okay, input file, you want to bring it by filling of that Excel sheet and you are putting into the SFTP folder and all. But if you are bringing, if you are sending the items, the courses from any other third external systems, if you want to bring it, okay, or sometimes if you want to create an item, you will be creating through a maybe in SuccessFactors we'll be having one module called learning activity. Okay, so learning activity in the sense, see, in PMGM it will be there. So basing on the performance, you will be triggering one learning activity. How that learning activity will come? The learning activity, whatever you created, that learning activity will get created as an item for that particular resource, and it will be assigned to that particular resource automatically through the connectors activities. So it means whatever the here, if you see the system, what you can call it like. So the one system, the first system here is like the source system. You can just tell is the source system is like SF SuccessFactors Foundation system. So from that system, one learning activity is being triggered, and that file will be the processed under this, that file will be put it onto the SFTP, and SFTP will bring into the SuccessFactors learning system. Okay, so that these are all connections. How we can make it? We have to make through the connectors only. So for that reason, the connectors, we have to ensure the connector properties also. We have to ensure the connector properties. How we can ensure the connector properties? Whatever the fields that we are putting into that particular CSV file, so that files we have to map with this particular properties and all, so that if only when we are going to connect, when we are going to do the configuration, when we are touching of this particular system configuration here is like through the whenever we are having it, we will be having this particular mapping activities. Everything is there. Only whenever we have any custom fields which are there in our success factors, that custom field also I want to see it in this particular system, then you will be touching of this connector properties. Otherwise, defaultly the connector properties will be set along with the license part and all, we will be getting off it. Okay, so defaultly we will be getting off it. So though if we want to fill any fields with respect to the custom fields, whatever the custom fields which are there from Employee Central, you want to bring it to the LMS system. So for that reason, during that field mapping data, so you will be just doing the mapping techniques and all, you will be doing it over here. Okay, so that is what the properties all talk about the properties. So this is the step, the properties and all, where we will be creating of it the connection properties, and after that we will be doing the schedule provisioning system. We will be going for the provisioning system, and we will be doing the schedule connectors, and after that whatever the Excel file that I've shown it, the data file, we will be placing onto the FTP, and we will bring into the this particular system. So now if you, what we can see here is like each and every properties, if you just see it, so that FTP connection, I'll show it to you. So now the connectors, so if you go for here, there will be a download connector templates. So for each and every connectors, these are the connectors that are available. If you see user connector for SF, so if you want to download this particular, even if you want to download all columns, you can download it. And if you want to download template only mapped column also, you can download only mapped columns. If you download mapped columns, what it will be shown here is like, this is the mapped columns. You can just download this one. Same way how whatever we have downloaded, so the same pattern. Let me close this. Whatever we have seen, item data. So this is item data one. Like all these, just a sample. This is just a sample template. In order to obtain a template that reflects these things for the curriculum, again for curriculum also, supported files like this, we can also have user connector. user connector. So here is like user data tenant manager and extended user tenant user data. If you just see it, submit. So we can do it from export from BizX because this is a template. Okay. Generally what it will, this is a sample template. So what it will be, if you are doing user connectors means obviously it will come from the SF system only. Okay. Because the file will send to the FTP SFTP folder, and that, so this is the flow. We can just see it. So this is the flow where we can just put it out. Just show it to you, the flow. Any source system. Okay. So if it is, if you want to do it for plenty of things, so if you want to bring it, so this is like a connector, and this is SFTP site. Okay. So here is like source extracts data, and it will be putting into the SFTP site. There will be one SFTP site. I'll show it to you. So that in that site, it will be putting into the input folder. After that, the connectors, whatever basing on our properties. Okay. Each connector launches per schedule. How we can launch per schedule and all. See, here is like if you want to load a class connector, for example. Okay. So we will be putting from the source system, either from source system, we can put it the file into SFTP site, okay, or whatever we fill it, because whatever we fill it, because if you want to do it, all the classes, the 2000 classes, if you want to bring it into this particular system, instead of this particular external system, we will put that file into SFTP folder. Okay, so and then we will be bringing, after that what it will happen, this particular connectors, once the connection is done, okay, we will schedule a process. Okay, basing on that, schedule this particular process, schedule this process. For example, if you want to schedule this process hourly, on which time if you want to bring, every 1 hour if you want to bring it, whatever the file it is there on our SFTP, it will brings into the system with respect to this particular class connectors or item connectors. Or if you want to see the users, for example, users connectors SF, whatever the users that you would see, if you just test FTP connection. So now the connection is not there for this particular system. You will get the cross marks. That connection will be set up. So whatever you input, this file will get input file, and it will be pushing back to the connectors. Basing on to the connectors, it will be switched into the LMS system. And once after stores input file, and it will also send to the SF LMS DB, and it will process input records, and it will also tell what all exactly what have been, what all the things that we have loaded. We can just check it out. So how we can do it is like by doing of the connection. After that, we have to schedule this particular process. If this has been disabled, why this has been disabled user connector? So it is not processing now from that particular system. Okay, so it is being disabled. So we can schedule it hourly or daily. Job will be scheduled every nth hour from the current hour of the day. If you want to make it daily, so if you just make it daily, and then if you just tell apply changes, the date would be is on EDT. The time of day is required. Okay, the time here is like the day, or if we just take it weekly, we can just put it weekly. If you want to run it on Sunday, so you can just make it date. Also, we can just apply changes. The time of day is required. So here is like we can just have it time of day. We can just tell it 10 a.m. What is the time zone we can have it, and we can just see it. This connector is being scheduled now. So what will happen every weekly Sunday, whatever the users that we have created, those will come into the LMS system every Sunday. It will come. So why? Because that process we have been scheduled. So whatever the data file that it is being there, according to the according to the scheduled process, it will be. See, when it is the next job execution is on 9/27 10 a.m. and last job execution was, see, this for this particular, because this is like a preview. This is like a demo systems, like preview systems. So obviously this will be like this. Now we have scheduled a new setup, which the job is like user connectors from this particular, whatever the SuccessFactors system, staging system. So from that particular staging system, the staging system is nothing but HCM. So whatever you see it, this is the staging system. Okay, whatever you see it, admin center. So whatever you have added, those things it will be come on to the LMS system, whatever we have created, because it was run in the year 2008. Now we have again started this triggering into the LMS system. Whatever the new employees that are there from this particular SuccessFactors, it will pull into this particular system on every Sunday, weekly scheduled process. We can just connection. We can make the connections. We can do it and all. So this whatever you see it under this particular connectors part. So each and every, because we have just went on and just check it out, user connector SF, which is being scheduled on this particular time. Let me test it. Any connection is being connected with this. Yes. So everything, if we want it, what we have to do is like we have to go to account code connector and we will schedule the process. So if it is live system, obviously all these connectors will be under the scheduled process on. Means basing on whatever you have input, whatever the things that you have put it with the file read access and all input file read access. So all those things, whatever you put it into the SFTP folders. So we have to it should come into this particular system and all. So for that reason, so all the process, whatever the process, if you want class connectors or competencies or curriculum or items or job codes or learning history or whatever it is that the connections that you wanted, you will be doing it the scheduled process. You have to schedule this particular process so that the current job status, what we can see, if you see any archived input files are there. So there is nothing archived files are there because there is nothing, no input value files are there. Only when it was, if you schedule the process and if you just tell this position and if you want to make it this one as daily and what is the daily, what is the time, 10 a.m. and if you apply it, it will tell there is no last job execution also, it is not there. With the system itself, we have got some things and all. That is what we are seeing it in this particular system. Because if it is a live systems, obviously we can see all the jobs for all the connectors. The jobs will be in the sync, and where we can just test it. If we just click the test FTP connection, so where we will be able to see the connections part and all. We can just check it out with the username and passwords. So we can just report those things. We have to connect FTP connection settings. We will just go. Let me just go and check the connections. This is the user ID. Copy this because this is some example. But whenever we are doing it on live environment, we will get one SFTP links and all will be getting off. Because how we can get this one is like we have to raise a ticket with the SAP support team to get the SFTP settings and all because from the SAP support team, for each and every customer, there will be one SFTP site. This is the way the site looks like. Okay, so that particular, because that it will be comes with the SuccessFactors with the SuccessFactors team only. So that particular SuccessFactors team, we have to tell this is web transfer client. We set password, but generally when it comes to what we have to do is like we will be having for each and every we can raise a request to HCM cloud portal. Okay, so if you see this is one of my portal. Okay, I'll be going for LMS request for SFTP credentials for our customers. We can just go to the details. What it will talk about here is like, it will say, so how you can raise the request, so you can just get it. So at the live environment, because you will be getting of this particular part under this particular bucket, where you will be seeing of these are the things that you will be seeing of it. So if you just go to this, once I open, if you just go to that under LMS request, you will be able to see how to get the SFTP connections. We can get it. Now I'm just okay. So all SFTP related requests should be directly reported by the SAP Launchpad support ticket. We have to go to Launchpad and we have to raise a ticket to get the SFTP for our customer. In effect, to provide improved customer experience, we have simplified the SFTP. Earlier, what we have to do is like we have to earlier also we have to raise a ticket to get the SFTP, or directly they will be giving it whenever we have the SFTP connections, or they will be taking up the control of these SFTP things and all. So what we have to do is like, this is the process: the company ID, environment, SFTP account name, customer approval. Please attach approval from the customer to reset an SFTP password or whatever it is. So we have to raise a request. If you are getting any failure or active jobs, maybe if we get it failure. See, this is the failure part. So why we are getting the failure? So if you get the failure, we have to raise the request with them. So what I can, this is the way where we can go in the cloud ops will be there. In that cloud ops only we have to go ahead, or we can just go to this. If you go for this particular nodes, okay, if you see it, it will clearly mention. So what all the things that you have to do it and all, it will tell you. So this is the place where you can see what are the steps that you want to do it and all. Because security purpose, I just did it in this particular way only, because I just want to. Okay, so here these are the things that you would create, and you can just get it at the live environment part. Okay, so this is the connection. So some web transfer client, this is the client will be. So where we can these are the folders. So we can create it whatever the folders that we want to see. If you want to see domain folder, you can drop items, whatever the Excel file that you have filled it. So that if you just go to the item, for example, if any item, if you want to load it, whatever the things that you have loaded, so you can come over here and you can just drop it, that file. So after once this file is being once the file is being dropped over here, we can just trigger it, so it will come to that particular system. And obviously, you know that activities and all, because this is the locations where we can put all our input files and all. We can put it, and after that, what we can do is like, once we input this particular file, so we can standard user data input files that we have created with any users in, for example, if it is in LMS, if you want to create it anything here, if you just bring it. So what you have to do is like, this particular details you have to input over here. Okay, so then this particular system will get connected to this particular SFTP system and okay. So
okay.
Whatever
we have to this path here.
Yeah, this path, the same, and even the port also we have to get it. For this, the port and all, we can just go to the settings and we can just take it out. So this is maybe the port and all. What we can say is like, some port will be there, some 24 or something. So that particular port we can give it, and the server name, the port, and whatever the user ID and the password, whatever the user ID of input for this, we have to put it on. So that is the reason. So this particular connection settings, why we have to check it here is like, so this system is not working. So for that reason, we are getting this FTP connection test is being failing on. So we can give this particular details. So onto this particular configuration, let me give it and try it. But this is the way the connections and all, how we can do the connections and all. We can have it. in this particular whatever maybe from Bhumi or anything, we use the same activities only. We will be creating the folders, and according to our respective folders, we will be placing the files over here. After that, basing on the scheduled process, basing on the schedule, whatever the connection that we have scheduled, that file will be transferred from this particular system, this web transfer client system to the LMS system. It will happen. Okay. Port number and all. See, one thing, while we are doing it, we will be raising a request, right? So with the HCM Cloud Ops, we have to go HCM Cloud Ops. Whatever I've said, right? Request for SFTP credentials for your customer. You can request by creating a ticket through the Launchpad. Okay. So once you create a request, they'll send you the port. All these details they'll be bringing of it. So those details we have to input under the connector properties, under FTP connection settings. We have to input it here. Okay, I'll just change it, the FTP connections and all, to this particular server, and user ID. This is the one, and this is the password. Okay, but when we are doing it, so now what I'll do is like I'll just drop one file under one folder, LMS folder. Nothing is there. Class 2. So that is the connections where we can. The understanding is this is what basing on the FTP, all the files, whatever the files that we have inputted from either the source system, basing on the schedule, it will because in the source system also we will be telling please push this particular file into this particular web transfer client. It will come and sits over here. From here it will be pulling out from SuccessFactors LMS team. It will pull out from this particular place. So this is the main activity for the connectors, the connections and all. Whatever it is, if whatever the connections that you want to do it, you will be doing it this particular part. If you see on the user connectors, if you see it all the folders, if you just go to the users, there is no user connectors. Maybe we will just go to feed, and we can just under the feed we can have an upload. So we just go to one particular thing here, and we can just upload the same file under this particular folder. It will get uploaded. So this is the way where we can upload all the things. Either we can upload manually, because if you are doing it for item connectors, or if you are doing it for any curriculum connectors or whatever it is, if you don't have a source system, you will be putting all the files over here. Obviously, based on the job, this LMS system will bring it to the system. Okay, so this is the connection procedures that we can do it from the connectors point of view. Okay. So basically, we will see it will come or not, but we are not coming also. The problem with the port number only. But whenever we are on the live systems, what I can say is like we have to raise a request with support team, SAP support team through Launchpad. So they will provide the details. Those details we have to come over here onto the system configuration. Under system configurations, we'll be having a connectors. We have to go to edit the connectors, and you have to place that FTP settings and all. You have to place it correctly. Okay, so that is the thing where you can just check it out. What all the things that you have it. So those things we can do it on this particular place where we can put it. So the connection will be set up, and basing on the jobs, it will bring the data into the LMS system. Okay, so we have scheduled it for 1 hour. Let's see if it comes like tomorrow. It will come or not. Though if it is not coming, maybe the connection problem basing on the port the connection problem, because we have to get it one specific port for this particular system also. Whatever it is there, it has been expired. So maybe even I've raised that request, forget password. Let me see whether it will come to my personal ID.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a feature of the SAP SuccessFactors LMS? Option A, Course Catalog Management. Option B, Virtual Classroom Integration. Option C, Employee Self-Service Portal. Option D, Payroll Processing. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Ready to master SAP SuccessFactors Learning Management System? Our course is here for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP SuccessFactors Learning Management System. It's like a toolkit for organizing things, ensuring we have enough supplies, and getting them where they need to be. Covering everything from the basics to advanced tips, it's crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors? They're pros with tons of experience, dedicated to helping you learn and answering all your questions. And guess what? Our students rave about how helpful this course is. People just like you have found it super beneficial. Plus, it's budget friendly. This awesome opportunity won't empty your wallet. Ready to become a SAP SuccessFactors Learning Management System whiz? Sign up on our page now. For more details, head to ZaranTech's website.
Today, maybe we will see a few things in learning management system. So how to create the quiz type assessments and exam type assessments and all. So those things we'll see today. So we will see how to do the system configuration. There are some which are related to learning management, learning activities and all. We have a few things that we want to run through, so that after that we can go and see how to create the users and how to bring the users from SAP HCM. All those things we can see. Okay, so I just share the screen. Maybe you guys will join. So let me. So are you able to see the screen?
Yeah.
Okay. So this almost we have done with items, curricula, and classes. Today we will also see how to create a one particular set of program kind of thing. So let's others join so that we can, maybe, Mirhadi, everyone has joined. So they have shared a they have shared a new link for us. So that I came onto this new link. Maybe you guys have joined on the old link. Fine, we can catch up today with some of few things in learning management system. So how to create the assessments part and all. So what assessments is like, because this all the assessments is nothing but we can have exam type exam type assessments. All those things we could able to see how the exam type assessments we can do it, and also how we can create those exam type assessments, because nothing but exam type assessments is nothing but we can build the questions that can be either the questions and all, where we can see it, how we can create the questions, because all these are the assessment, because once we have done with any training, okay, so we can add some questions for a pool of questions. We can create it. We can make that it as like an assessment out of the content, whatever the content that we created. So based on that content, we want to create some questions and we want to make it like an exam kind of thing. Or sometimes we may do it through a quiz type of assessments and all. So the concept here is like assessments, how to create the assessments. In that assessment creation process, we can make the assessments in two ways. One is like exam type assessments, and the quiz type assessments we can have it, because all the things, because what the exam type assessments is like how to add the questions in that particular exam, and even the quiz also how to add the questions in that particular quiz type of the things, and how we can make the configuration of exam settings. All those things we can see it at the assessment activity. So this, why it is important is like assessment, it's a very small concept and all. So one thing here is like whatever the content that they have read it, if they have completed their content or whatever it is, basing on that content, if we want to add any exam, if you want to conduct an exam, or if you want to give a quiz to them, so those things we can do it very simple way. So how we can add to our content, how we can add to an item, or we can add to that particular class once the class is being done, online instructor-led class is done. So we can give some assessment, we can make some questions, we can ask the trainees to complete this exam or kind of things. We can do it. So how we can do it? How we can create these exams, and how we can assign these exams to the content or the classes, how we can assign to the classes, or how we can assign to the items or whatever it is, we can see it now. So how we can do it? This is what the all about the activities, because these are all the customer things, how the customers would come and ask us. So first thing here is like we have to build a question library. Okay, so we will have two options to create the questions directly, whatever the questions that we wanted. There are some inbuilt questions are there in the system. So if you want to have those questions, you can have it, or you can go and import and export. If you want to import and export the existing, if you want to import the questions, you can do it. If you want to export the questions, you have to go for what all the existing questions are there, and what is the how we can export those questions and all we can say. The first thing here is like we will go to the question library, where you will be this particular question library. Most of the time what we can say here is like this, we can create questions inside the SAP SuccessFactors learning, and associate these questions to any of the exam type assessments or quiz type assessments. We can tag to those things and all. So if you see, these are some of the question libraries, the content is here. So if you go over here, so these are some questions. What are these questions and all? We can, whenever you want to create a new questions, you have to go for add new question. So add new library. In that new question library, in that you can have it. This is the question, first one question. This is going to be one particular question. Okay, so the questions is under all these questions, what are payroll, process payroll, under these, all these are called objectives. Okay, so what is the objective? Because the questions are objective type questions. Okay, so these are the objective type questions and all. So how we can add it? So if you want to add anything, for example, if you want to add a new question library, in that you will be having a multiple objective questions will be there. So if you want to add any question ID, so this is the question ID, and what is the question type that you want to? If you want to have it as a single answer, or a multiple answers, or a true or false, or ordering, or filling in the blanks, or whatever it is. So if you want to give it some question ID, okay, what is the question ID is like, always we will put ZT111, we will just put it. Okay, so this is like, I just want to have it like as a multiple single answer question. So, and the points is for this particular question, you can just create it. This is which objective, that under which objective you want to bring it, or which domain. Obviously this will be published for the public domain and all. After that, if you want to create it as an objective, so you can just choose the objectives from existing objectives list and all. So, or if you want to go and create a new object, okay, so how we can go and create it? If you want to bring this particular object ID, you can select it. Or I just select it, I create it, and I'll just keep it for a second. And if you want to create a new objective, so basing on your things, I want to create one particular objective, so which is our own objective kind of thing. So for that, what we have to do is like, we will just go to an answer is required. We can just tell for this question, write your question here. I just making one particular question. So here, so what way the question is like we want it, we can just have it. Also add the answer. So what we can say is like objective. So under what is the hygiene factor? Okay. Just simple question I'm just writing. Hygiene factor due, okay, something during winter. So here is like answer. So what we have to do is like, so we will be just filling all the options here. Okay. So what all the options, enter answer here. So we can just add, and what is the correct answer. So which is we want to just tell it. So what we can do is like, here is, this is like, what is hygiene factor? Here is like avoid cool items. So this is answer. And the second one would be is like randomize answers. If you opt this randomize answers, it will randomize it. So here is like have cool items. Okay, like this. Just we can just have it. So something is like depend on cool items. Something I'm just writing here. So I'll delete this. We will have only 3 options. Okay, so now I'm just saving this. It will get saved. Now we will go back to the objective. Okay, so this is variant 1 single answer for this particular question. This is the question and this is the answer. So make it available means it will available under the question level. Okay, so now what we can do is like we will just go to the objectives. So here if you just go and search it, so you will be seeing all these are the objectives. So now what I can do is like I'll just go to add new. So I just making one particular objective. So this is objective ID will be auto generated and objective name. I just rename objective name. So under what questions, whatever the questions that we want to put it under one particular objective. Okay, so that objective we can bring it maybe in our exam. For example, there are in our content or whatever in our item, we may see multiple chapters. So chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. So what we can do is like for chapter 1, we will create it as like a chapter 1 objective. So under that objective, we can have 2 or 3 more questions we can put it. Okay, and chapter 2, again chapter 2, we will make that as like a chapter 1, which is like a hygiene and which is like a ZaranTech hygiene factors and all that we want to create one object, for example. Okay, so if you see HF, I'll just put it, the name here is like factors, hygiene factors, we can have it. We just make it hygiene factors. So we can just make it like this. Hygiene factors, hygiene factors. This is one particular object, and you just making it as an active, and this you're going to add it as like this under the public domain only. You just want to add it. So in this objective, if you want to create any, see, this is what is the object usage. You want to write some the summary here. If you want to write it, what exactly? So under this objective, we would require under this objective the questions will related to hygiene factors only. Okay, so that is the thing, that whenever we are creating this as an objective, we will make this as a specific to one particular topic or one particular chapter or one particular course or whatever it is, you can make it. Okay, so this is what the things here is. And if you want to write the questions, if you want to have these questions and all, there are no questions for this objective, because we haven't add under this particular objective, we have not created any questions and all. So what would be the objective? What are the competencies that if you want to add any specific to this particular object? Because this objective will if this particular objective, under this objective, if you have created any questions or whatever it is, that questions, if you want to make this objective as a competitive thing also. So if you want to add any competencies also, you can add it, because this particular objective, achieved under either exam assessment or the quiz assessment or whatever it is. So what will be happen? So this is like one particular chapter, or this would be like one particular object. Object is like a goal you can think of. So for this particular course, you have to do these many goals, if you complete it, then that will be makes you as a makes you stand in front of that particular course that you have been completed or whatever. Because the course is nothing but whatever the way the structure, the curriculum, or whatever the things that we have created. So if you want make them to available as like an objectives, because this is my one particular goal. If I have done my chapter 1.1, so that is my one objective. So if I have cleared that objective, under that objective we may have a multiple questions, or the exam will be there. So that exam we can complete it. Okay, so that way we can do it. And what all the items, if you have created under this, if any items contains of this particular objective, so that it will be tagged down here. So all those things, all the questions are on. So now objective we have created 7999 is an objective which is called ZT hygiene factors. If you go to the question library and under this particular search, if you just go and search for our ID ZT011, which we have created as a question library. So if you see that, we may edit this one. So this is one particular object ID that we have created. So if you want this edit, if you want to edit this one, and if you want to go and add any other under which objective if you want to add it. So or otherwise what we can do is like we will just go back. So here all the questions you can have it, and if you just go and create an add new. So here what we can do is like we will just one more question ID. I just making of it 0112. We can this is the one, and this again here a single answer, points and description here under the public domain. Here I'll just put our objective, whatever the objective is like 7. We will just search over here. With the object ID, we can search 7999. Through object name also we can do it. So this is, you want to select this one. Okay. So it means under this objective, I'm just going and adding the questions and all. What are the questions that I want to have? So this is also what are the essential features for ZT hygiene factors. Something here is like we can see it is like or we can whatever it is. This is the answer. Okay, and something I'll just make it. So this is like variant 1, we have created single answer. Variant 2 are false. So now how do we maintain? That is true statement. We maintain the HF. Okay. Okay. So that I'm making true. That is the true is like the answer is like true. Yes, we maintain HF at ZT. Something is like it is a true statement as we are maintaining something. Okay, we can just save this. So under ZT0112 details, we have added a couple of questions. So one is like, first question is like single answer, which is what are the essential features of ZT. That is the one. So and after that, what these are the some settings you can just, if you want to copy the same single answer one, you can copy it and you can write it whatever the way. And there are some settings here, if you see. All the points, what all the points that you want to, again, if you want to choose or what. So now I just making all these things. So we have made it, and we can just do the correct one. Correct feedback here is like if you want, you can say yes, this is correct. Like this. The concept here is like this is a correct answer. like that. If you want to name it, you can just, this is the correct answer, like that you can just write it. Just save it. So now for under question library GT0112, you have it. So this way we can just add the application. And now what we can do is, like, now we will be just going and how to create a exam assessment type. We can just how to create an exam type assessment, how we can create it, and how we can add the questions to that particular exam type assessment. So this is what we can see. We will just go to the assessment here. So we can just go to search. We will add new exam, and first we will add, so exam ID is like check exam. This is making primary, okay, active, and now we can just create it. This is, now we will, this is the exam that we have created. Okay, so now what we can do is, like, we will just go to menu, and here exam overview, and the questions. If you want to see the questions, where we have to go over here, and we will add the questions directly. We can add the questions over here, or if you want to search the questions, you can just search the questions over here. Okay, if you want to add it, add a question. So if you want to add existing questions or an objective, if you want it. So if you add an objective, whatever the questions that have been added under that objective will be getting. So if you just see, you just click it, objective, search for the objectives. So we will go and search for 799 keyword. Keyword is like CT. We will just put it here, put GT, search. So see, under this particular phrasing, there are two variants. There are two questions. You can just, if you want to see the question, you just click this. You can see there are two questions are there. Okay, this is one, and the other one would be is like variant one, variant two. Okay, so what we can do is, like, we will just make available. So this, under this assessment for this exams, we can just save. And after that, we will just go to menu, and we, if we want, we just want to have settings. What kind of settings? So what exactly? So what is the exam behavior? Exam type would be like a sequential, if you want to get it, or a free form, what the way you want it. So feedback display, if you want to display the feedback, show feedback only, show feedback and correct answer choices if it is there, so we can have. And how many times that you want to limit this exam, because once after the finishing of their course, so they have to complete it within one time. Zero is like, zero is unlimited. If you give one time, it will post it like a one-time kind. Display points to the users, yes or no, if you want. If you want to randomize questions, you can randomize. And so allow exit and resume. Yeah, they can go back to the exam again, and they can come back. Post exam behavior. So results summary, you want to publish results details. Allow exam review if you want. What is the passing percentage? Okay. On passing, log this exam, or on passing, if you want to make any restrictions that you want to put it, you can just put it. So after this, we can just save this assessment, which is like a exam type assessment part and all. So once you've done this, okay, all the settings that we have done it. So what we can see here is, like, there are other things, copy, delete kind of things and all we have. So now this exam assessment we have created, we have added the questions, all those things under the exam part we have seen. Okay, so if any this way we can come over here, and we can just go and do what is the exam overview. If you want to see, this is the overview, and if you want to publish this under the public domain, we can just we will so we will just activate this English primary local. So now we will just go to the question. all the questions. We will just check it out. If you want to add any other set of objective or any other question, if you want to add it, you will just go over here and search. So you can just go and add what all the questions that you want. If you want to add any lead questions or something like, if you want to add it, you can come over here and you can just add it. These are the two questions. Going to edit. So these are the ones, and the settings for this, yeah, the passport settings and this. This is the one. So we have added 4 questions. So this is points 1, and these are the points 5, and just come out. So this way we can just objective questions 5 and objective is 1. So objective is our part. Okay. So now these are the settings. If you want to just go in settings, this is the way you can just put it out like this. So this way we can just create all the things. So we can, yeah, we have created exam type assessment using the assessment builder. We have done it. Okay. Now what we have to do it again, what all the other things that we want to do it here is like, now we have assigned all the questions, and even we have assigned one particular objective type also we have added. We have added all the questions as an exam type kind of. So now add an exam type assessment to an existing item. How we can add this? So because once after adding to the existing items only, whenever the item is being published, this assessment also should run. Okay. So for that reason, what we have to do is like, again, we will go back to, so this has been saved, and we will go to the items. Because we will be adding this as the part. So now we will go to the items. So under the items, we will just search for our item. So we will go for item ID ZT, for example. So we have added some multiple items. So these are the 3 things that we have added. So we will go to this, that particular. So under this, we will just go to here. We can have under this online content. If we want to, so if we go for this particular one, so any objectives, so if you want to add for this particular, just go and add to the root content. This is a separate one item. The online content. Just add assessment. Okay. So what assessment you want to add it? So what it is like, yes. ZT311 is our example. Okay. Now when we go for IT security, so we have added one exam also. Okay, so some exam, whatever we created. After that, we will just go and design just to one particular. I just want it is like a required one. So in today's date, next. Earlier only item was there, now it will be shown the examples. Under which category it is there. IT security. So this is IT security consists of these things. If you just go back and first we have to complete, then we will go for the exam. Okay? So, but we have added that exam item to that particular item. We just go back to that item. We will just check it out. Okay? So this is the way where we can add the items and all. So now we will just go to new thing. The same way, the quiz type also we can add it. You guys can try it, the quiz type as an exercise. So let me, the same procedure, okay? Adding of the questions or whatever it is, you can do it. Today's date, okay? This is like a course, instructor led, start date, today's date. This is the time now, which like 10:30. So we just want to check it out, right? So for that reason, non-working day, date is in the past. It's taking 9:14. This is non-working day, right? If any of that is taking 14 and 15, so 11 to 7 and 11 to 18. So this is going to be happen. Save falls on a non-working day. Okay. Just making wish to proceed. So now this is the word. So the agenda is there for the classes part. Okay. So now this we can say we can have this one. Okay. Save. Which I just made. Okay. So yeah, this was triggered over here. Okay. So this is the class whatever we have added. Go to the same items and we can search. Okay. So now this is now the classes. Now the latest date we have given. Okay. So now we will just go and try assign this item. Next. So this we can have it at okay. And this should be run today's only. Run job now. Okay. And now I'll just come over here. Just refresh. So IT security. So 912 reactive. Okay. Due by register. First it will go to here our manager and all those things it will happen because we have given one level step apart. So what we will do is like we will just go to our manager's bucket. Let me give access to the proxy now. So maybe whatever the systems if I've given, if you don't have a proxy now access, you just go to the proxy management, okay, and whatever the things that you want to do will act as a proxy. SF admin, okay, and give it all modules and Charles Brown because we have to go and save. I'm just checking out the proxy now for Charles Brown. Okay, so the same way, whatever the way that we have done, the same way for the quiz also. So whatever the quiz type assessments, you can do it. Okay, now proxy now. Yeah, Charles Brown and approve request. If Ananya Singh is the learning admin, right? We will try from the learning admin side. We can request. We can approve that. Is not the requests and all we have did it right from her side also. The registrations we will just check it out. So no user any special request. She requested right that I'm just finding out we have requested from Ananya Singh side for this particular course, and that I just checking out. Okay. finding out and all, maybe what way that we have configured. In that way only we will just go and check it. Anything is missing out and all. Okay. We have to open that particular content. Okay, that is what I'm just looking at. Then only we can see the exam types and all. Pending request. No, need not. Because this is like any external port that we want to do it, we can just do it. So any external links that you want to make out. Okay, so this is the first. These are the things like that. This is nothing but if any other portal that you want to publish it, or see, for example, there is one internal site for us. Okay, so from there you have to come to our learning system. So maybe there you can see on that particular internal system you will be scrolling some time management strategies like this. If you want to scrolling over this, so if you just click that scroll, you will come on. That I'll just show it to you. Okay, these are all comes under the connectors activity center. Okay. So now for that is nothing external part. This URL you will be pasting on your internal site. So that internal site will throw, once you click it over there, it will come on. So external links, if you want either the ways, even if you want to bring those content into your learning system, you will be using the external links, or these things if you want to publish over there, you can use that. Okay. So no way concerned to this particular part. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
So that is like either worse, vice versa, because this particular you have created one item and you want to post it onto some other system. So for that, you have to create a one link and you have to post it that link onto your site, internal site. And all. For that reason, we have to create documents only. I'll give the stepwise things. Maybe whatever the document I've shared it, right? That is for our major understanding. What exactly is there to do the configurations in learning management. You will not find a one set of documents. There are multiple documents and all. For one set of document, I have to make it. I'll just give it. Generally, what we have to do is like we have to open the other when you are duplicating it for any these kind of things. Try to open in another browser. Okay, so it will, this kind of issues will not get. We will go and approve our registration, and then we will just this is the assessment thing that you're in assessment type, right? This is like whatever we have seen now, right? How to add it all. Are you asking me that is the steps? Yes, so far we have followed the same steps on, right? Yeah, we already passed because we just looking out. We just want to attend that training, and then we have to go for the test, because for this particular item we have already added the assessment and all. Okay, exam content, exam things and all we have done it. Okay, I just looking out. Once the registration is done, it should be launched, right? So maybe it will appear on that particular day. I'm thinking.
Launching. How to launch? We are looking at how to launch, right?
Yeah, how to? We have already launched it. She registered it. Now I just coming over here and just looking out whether she has been registered or not. I just checked out. Her things have been come over here. So I just thinking of. It will be activated, right? So when it is going to be activated on that particular day, or now we can make active like that. I'm just checking out. So far we have assessment steps. That is the first step is like adding of the questions into the, whether we have to decide which type of assessment, exam type or quiz type. So now for basing on these steps, you can try with the quiz type. Okay. So by just adding up to add the quiz type to the items, up to that, now you can just do it. We can if you want, you can assign and we can just check it out. So but you whatever we, after assigning only, we are getting a small problem over here is like, so we have made our to register and all, because earlier we have given a supervisor approval and all. Okay, so now I've made it as like without approval, only the registration. So I've registered it. She has come onto this particular system. So I just looking out when it is going to be open for her. That is what the steps, whatever you have did is like the normal, whatever the steps that we have already passed out. We don't have any tools and all to trigger all these things. We will just go and do it design like that only. We will be doing of it. So some identification here is like there is the registration. She has been registered for this and it has been come. So but only one thing here is like when we go to the learning, maybe on 14th we have to check. That is the reason I've always give this today's date only. We can check it in immediate pace and all. This is like she has enrolled and all, view registration. She registered for that. So
it's not available itself. No.
View details. If you see, she can enroll it, and these are the trainings. Slots is like you can see the slots also. Yeah, it should, because we have to when on start date, so we should get it like a start course like that. Okay. So if you get start course, if you just click it, it will go and start the course and all. Okay. So for that, just checking out whether we can we can make it today's date is like these are the calendar. It is following on the calendar format, right? So for that reason, it is not happening on today. So even the registration side also, so like this it will come. Okay, the course was completed. You want to launch the content again like this, we can just do it. Maybe evaluation things. See, it showing begins on 9/14. Okay, so that is the thing it is showing it. So, but let me just check it out when it is in there. we will see. Anyhow, it will begins on 14th. We will just check it out whether it will begins on the 14th or not. Anyhow, I'll check. I'll just check it out. So because once the course is done, we have to see our exam assessment is coming or not. That is what I want to. The final ultimate thing. We have assigned correctly, and even the exam type assessment we have assigned correctly, and everything we have did it correctly. So all those are the steps that we have to follow. Okay. So only the one thing here is like once after assigning it, it is showing it her learning part. But I just want to start course thing. I just want to make it out. Okay. So that thing, whether it will happen now or it will be happening on that particular day. So I'm just going, we have requested a class over there, right? So that request we have got it or not. We're getting that request. Yeah, that request has not come to us. There is no class. Okay. I will come back to items. Because that was dated for that thing, right? So that we can just for this one, right? You're talking about already completed ones, right? You're asking, or our ZT one? Which is already completed one, we can just see how you can relaunch it here as like. So from candidate side itself, if you want to relaunch it, we can relaunch it. Or if you see, for example, this class was completed. Okay. So if you want to relaunch it, for example, okay, we will go to this item ZT. So this example, this was this class. You see, there are no classes associated. So any online content, it is there. Okay. So, and if you want to schedule a class, so for example, what you can do is like you can just schedule it. So, and this is the course. So you can have it item ID. You just search it on the ZT search. So the new class is being scheduled, and the same thing if you want to assign it, you'll come to the items. Now classes is being available. So this is the class, this is the time, and if you go assign self admin and next. So under the area of responsibility, some or any assignment type, we can assign date, today's date, and run the job now. We'll add it. If you go and just check it out, learning. any item that you want to relaunch it, you can do it from here. The course was completed, you want to relaunch the content again, it will open the content again. Okay, so this is one document like this. So for our case also, we have done in the same way. So we have to, once the course is being completed on that particular time, again, if you go and relaunch it, it will relaunch. So that is maybe we are at 40 or 50% that we have covered now. There is still a 50% covered. So how we can go and check it is like under the learning history part, because if you add your course under the learning history only, it will come. Okay, so if you just go for user wise also, you can just go ahead. If you just go to users, so there are few things, because under the system parts, we will also see all these connector settings and all. How these are all the things that how the class is being connected, how the curriculums, how the item connectors, all these things we have to learn it anyhow. Okay, I'll just show that those things and all. Anyhow, I'll just come to people's. So those things I'll let you know. Under the learning history only, we will be taking off the reports. If you just go to the reports, if you add that particular course, because if you whenever you see add this under the resource part and all, okay, so in that time only it will be make out of it. Okay, so browse by user management. If you want to browse by user, you can just go and browse it according to this. If you want to export report library, so all these things, the reports part, I'll just these are some saved reports are there. So these things, how you want to do that I'll just let you. Okay, so now if you just go to so if you want to just check out the reports and all, we will get it. So add learning history with the finance, edit learning histories. So for any course, if you want to, if you maintain the learning history only, it will be who have been completed online, all these list of the users, you can just check it out. If you want to download all the results, you can just go over here, user by user. If you just check it out, you will just, but one thing ensure what we have to do is here is like, if you not added your course into the learning history, it will not run. Okay, if you see on this, how many, if you take user wise also, how many have been completed online course, you can just check it out. If you want to search according to one resource, for example, Wonga, so how many has completed, or if you are taking the employee ID, user ID is like this. See, she has completed one online course and one completed briefing part. So we can pull out whatever the way, but if you want to see anything, you have to see it over here. Whatever the course that you have assigned it, so those things, if you want to, so user wise, if you want it, you just check it out as of admin, for example. If you search it, so these are the things are there.
So 11:14, some course was already completed, right?
Yeah, already completed all this. So this is like this is not a live system, right? This is like some few systems. So you're not maintain all the up-to-date details and all, you will not get it. If you see on the live systems, you can see if you go to the edit learning history area where you can see all the list of things. So, and if you want to have reporting user management, that I'll explain under the user. Only the thing, if you want to get whatever the course that you want to get it, you have to, whenever you are preparing the item or when you are preparing any class, you have to add it as like a learning history. Maybe I show it to you in last class, right? You have to go to the items. If you just go over here, So any course, if you go over here, so we have to just go over here, maybe classes part. If you go to the classes, any class, and if you just go to, you will be add to the learning history. You have to enable. This was already added, so that's the reason. Otherwise, if you are creating any new class, it will add to the learning history. Okay. This is the small. That is the thing. After that, you can come over here, add learning history with finance. If you want to add it item, each and every item, you can come over here and you can add it. This was discussed already. Okay, learning history for multiple courses. So there are a set of courses or the set of items or whatever it is, you can just add it accordingly. But if you want to see the list of people, you can download it into an Excel, and if you want the list of the resources, that you can see. So this was there, and you guys can try it for quiz type, and both the things we can see it tomorrow. Maybe on 14th, this will begins on 14th that time, and you will see it. Okay, so how it will begins on 14th. This also this will begins on 14th. So this one we will just check it out whether we can see this particular one or not. Okay. So it has to come on a start course, and then we can try to add a quiz type also in the same way for the same IT security. Add one more quiz type over there. Okay. So you just practice it on your own way. So, these things are just we can just ensure on that. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. In the SAP SuccessFactors LMS, what is the term used for a collection of learning activities or courses? Option A, learning path. Option B, curriculum. Option C, program. Option D, transcript. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there, ready to master SAP SuccessFactors Learning Management System? Our course is here for you. Take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll dive deep into SAP SuccessFactors Learning Management System. It's like a toolkit for organizing things, ensuring we have enough supplies and getting them where they need to be. Covering everything from the basics to advanced tips, it's crafted by seasoned experts who know their stuff. Your instructors? They're pros with tons of experience, dedicated to helping you learn and answering all your questions. And guess what? Our students rave about how helpful this course is. People just like you have found it super beneficial. Plus, it's budget friendly. This awesome opportunity won't empty your wallet. Ready to become a SAP SuccessFactors Learning Management System whiz? Sign up on our page now. For more details, head to ZaranTech's website.
So, but the main intention of this particular session is like we want to see how the payroll control setup, how we can set up the payroll control center. It means like the things here is like we can how to set up it for Employee Central. Okay, so to set up this payroll control center in Employee Central, because this is SF SuccessFactors Employee Central platform. Okay, so for this we have to do two things. The first one would be is like we have to set up payroll control center in Employee Central Payroll, and after that we can integrate that payroll control center in the Employee Central kind of things. So these are the two things that we have to do it. We have already discussed what exactly the payroll control center, so what it will do and all. But anyhow, I'll just give a what it will do, what makes us the things better when we are using a payroll control center from the Employee Central platform system. Okay, so it is like it will validate all the employees' master data and whatever the payroll results against our company policies before payroll run kind of things. And also it will we can always we can have alerts to corresponding teams of kind of things. And we can also monitor the statistics of issues and all. We can also complete the payroll on time with ease and quality, because need not to go back to a SAP HCM system, okay, because a SAP HCM payroll system. From here itself, we can create the processes and we can run the payroll part and everything. So this is one of the system, one of the payroll system where it will start with big payroll system where we can start running of the payroll activities and everything. Okay, so after this, the first thing here is like this is what the things is like, and the other part here is like, obviously we will see some of the terminologies kind of things, because the payroll control terminologies is like, so when you go for a payroll, okay, so let me go, just I'm going on to the tab called payroll tab from SuccessFactors Employee Central System. So one particular system was enabled or get synced with this particular thing. So if you see, all these are the items where we have already discussed about what exactly my process or my alerts or everything, or unassigned alerts or whatever, all those things we have discussed, but anyhow I'll be giving a brief about that. So these are all called what we can say is like roles and tasks in the payroll control center. That is what we are talking about. So for that, we just want to know what exactly the policy means, what exactly the validation rule, what all those the terminal, what is the payroll process, what is the policy type, because in managed policies we will be seeing the policies types and all. So what this is what we have to know at this particular area. So what we can say is like the validation rule. The validation rule is like nothing but if we have the one particular check function when we want to execute by the system for any violations or any potential risk kind of things. For example, what we can say is like a validation rules that shows all salaried employees with an increase of 10% in their gross payment compared to the previous payroll period. So these are all the rules, whatever the rules that we wanted, if any rules is there, so those rules will be taken it as a validation rules, we can say. And whereas the policy here is like policy for our tax payroll checks, policy for our master data checks and all. The payroll control center will do it. The first thing here is like the payroll control center is like to set up our employee central in employee central. So for that, what this particular session talks about, the two things what we will do is like how to set up the payroll control center in employee central payroll, and how to integrate payroll control center in employee central. We will be seeing of it. For that reason, so what exactly the payroll control center will do is like it will validate employees master data and payroll results, and very easily we can go and run the processes, whatever the processes that we have put in. See, this particular system is processing UK salaried one. So for that reason, we have taken some processes activities and all. Okay, so and if any if we want to complete payroll on time with ease and quality, instead of going back to SAP HCM system, we can run whatever the current process for, if we want to run the payroll for this particular month, or for this particular next month, or whatever it is. So there we will create a process, and we will put it we will create a process over here. Basing on this process, it will goes to SAP HCM, and it will process on this particular due date, and then it will run the process, the salary process and everything will run with this particular active processes tab from the payroll, from the employee central system. So that is what it will do whenever the payroll control center is being integrated with employee central. So that is what the two steps is like, how to set up, we will see it, and how to integrate the payroll control center with employee central, we want to see it. So this is what we can say. The first thing is like there will be some validation, there will be some terminology on that only. I'm just talking about it. So what exactly the validation rules, because what we will be talking about these items and all, where we have already discussed about what all these tabs and everything we have discussed. But anyhow, I just giving a gist of it. So what exactly validation rule and what is a policy? Validation rule is nothing but the first thing is like if an increase of 10% in their gross pay, okay, so compared to the previous payroll period. So that is like one validation rule that we will be just checking out. In March, it was like some XYZ salary is there. In April, if any salary increments is there, so we will be writing a validation telling that there is a salary increase of 10%. Please check the previous salary and process this month's salary accordingly. So that we will be calling it like a validation rule. And what is a policy? Policy is nothing but a set of validation rules grouped according to our needs and all. Because all the validation rules we will be grouping at one particular policy. The policy for tax payroll checks, if any checks we wanted, because validation rule is like a checkpoint kind of things. So a checkpoint we can say is like, so for that checkpoint we will be keeping either for policy for tax payroll checkpoints or master data checkpoints, we will be keeping it. So that we will be all together, we will be writing a sum of one or two validation rules. All those validation rules we will be making it as a policy, which we can call it like a set of validation rules will be grouped according to our needs. That means that we will be making it as a policy. A policy helps always to achieve a payroll compliances activities and all. So for that reason, the term called the policies. Okay, and the payroll process is nothing but the sequence of all the steps that are required to execute our payroll and all related activities and all. Because first we have to check it gross pay. Second, after that we will be checking out of the tax things and all the legal compliances for anything that we can call it like as a payroll process kind of things. And what is the process types or policy types? Policy types is like for monthly payroll for full-time employees in one of the countries we want to, because we will pay, policy type is nothing but we will collect the relevant contents, such as like which country we are defining a policy, for defining a policy kind of things. So for these things we will also see in our SAP HCM where we have to switch on, because these are all the things that is what first we will set up, and then we will see how to integrate this PCC part. Okay, so for all these things, so for each and every whatever you see, all these tabs will be integrated with SAP HCM, and how it will get integrated by doing a small switch activities that we will be seeing of. Okay, so now what exactly here is like, whenever you are looking out for all these things, because in Employee Central we call like my processes, but in SAP HCM we will call it like a process management. My alerts, we can call it like alert management, and unassigned alerts, team alerts. Manage policies is like policy configuration. Manage processes is like a process configurations. My off cycles is like manage off cycle payrolls. Okay, and manage teams is nothing but team configuration, and my teams is like a team management. So these are the things that we will be seeing in Employee Central. In the same way, we can see it in Employee Central payroll also. This is a payroll system. So if you see all whatever the processes that you could able to see it, it's the same things where we would be those are the activities that we have a different name, but the activities would be the same and all. So obviously we have already discussed about what all the roles and tasks in payroll control center. So what exactly here is like, I will just discuss about who will be the policy creator and the process creator. Okay, so what are the roles? There will be 5 roles will be there: policy creator and process creator, team creator, payroll process manager, and team lead for team monitoring processes, and payroll administrators. These are the 5 roles will be there in PCC part. Okay, so what is the policy creator? He will just create policies with relevant check types. Check types is nothing but checkpoints, validation rules and all. Okay, and process creator, create processes and assign policies to the process based on business needs and all. Okay, so which we can do it at manage process in that, and manage policies and manage processes. Okay, so here if you see manage process, this is one particular system I have integrated with this system. So these are the processes that Okay, so manage policies and processes. What would be the payroll process manager? What he will be doing it, payroll process manager. Okay, so he will be using of the applications called my processes and my off cycles kind of things. What he will do is the payroll. The first thing here is like policy creator, process creator. We have discussed two people. Okay, and the third one would be is like a payroll process manager who is going to be he is the one who is going to he will create manage off cycles, and he will start a process in my process activities and all. So what he will be doing is, so he will be ensure whether the successful execution of a complete payroll process. So for example, a payroll process manager will be in charge for the monthly payroll for October, or for monthly for a certain payroll area. Okay, so if you are running it UK, there will be one payroll process manager will be there. If you are running it for US, there will be one payroll process manager is there. If there are a more number of employees in the organizations, or more number of payroll areas are there. Okay, so in the same country, if you have in the same country or in the same region, if you have a multiple payroll areas, we can assign multiple payroll process managers also for each and every payroll area. Also we can do it for a certain payroll area. There will be one payroll process manager will be there. One will be there. Okay, so this is the guy. He will do what other he will be just checking out what successful execution is happening or not. Okay, and also he will be doing a team monitoring process. He will be just checking of alerts or teams of everything. So there will be another one who will be taking care of team creator. Team creator is like for process that supports team capabilities, which is like setting up teams of payroll administrators, or for handling alerts in master data and payroll data. So the team creator is like he will be creating the teams and all. Okay, so that is the third role. Okay, so for third role would be like that, and the fourth role would be like a team lead for a team of payroll administrators. So he will be a lead for all the payroll administrators things. He will assign alerts to the team members. He will activate and deactivate team members kind of things. He will be taking care of it. And the other one would be like a payroll administrators. Obviously, he will be resolving issues that have been identified during the execution of payroll process. For example, we can any payment to a non-active employees is being taken care. So if it is anything is that we are having it, or sometimes what we can have it is like there are some alerts that we have to forward it. So all those my alerts and unassigned alerts, these two activities will be taken care by the payroll administrators. Okay, so this is that we will be these are the roles, and what roles these out of these 8 items up to my teams, these will be categorized for each and every roles and all. So that is what we can discuss the roles part. Whatever the roles that we have seen, what is the which role that it is going to be taken care by the people. So the first thing here is like we will start discussing about managed policies. Okay, so the setup first we will understand what exactly all these things and all. After that we will go to the setup. The managed policies is like, as I said, like it will be is the interface for the payroll control center for the policy creator. Okay, in Employee Central, a payroll policy is set of validation rules, obviously for employees, for master data, and for the payroll data and all. Any violation against the payroll policy will result in an alert, because first we have checked any policies. We can a policy creator uses the managed policies applications to define the payroll process and all. Okay, so any process that we want to check it, the process is like if you want to do Australia payroll policy, okay, or any if you want to if you want to do it any configuration correct. Okay, so that is like payroll check policy kind of things, payroll check policy type kind of things. Or if you want to make it any monthly payroll activities and all. So those things we will just go click here, and we will start a sample policy type for UK, a sample policy type for US. It is all there. If you just go for this particular sample policy type, so here you can see it, what all the attributes that you want to write it. If you want to write it a policy name, so just we can say is like test UK policy, we can put it, I'll put it PR. Okay, so this is one policy, and you will be writing the validation rules. Here you just click it, the validation rules. If you just click it, add validation rules. So here is like, what is the validation rules? So we will have some whatever, because this is one of the private system. It is like a development system. So generally we will be doing the connections. The systems that we are going to connect would be is also in a 3 ways. One would be is like a development system, the QA system, and there will be a production system. Development system, we will be connecting for if we have any dev instance, dev employee central instance is there, we will connect with that. And if the QA system, the QA SAP HCM QA system, we will be connecting to preview of employee central preview system. And the production, we will be giving it as a production system. We will be giving a connection to the production system. So now if you take some validation rule is there here. So we will just choose this rule. We will be after connecting of it, we will be getting of the rules populated over here. Okay, so the simple activities that we do it on the PCC part, we will be doing it. Okay, so what exactly it will happen, how this is like check waste type 559 greater than this one, because this is like one of the sample. So if you click it, there will be multiple samples, multiple validation rules we can get it over here, because these rules we will be creating in the SAP HCM system all. Okay, so these rules we can pull it over here. Because of the connections only we will be getting of it. So that part we will see it at when we are doing it, how to integrate PCC with Employee Central. That area we can see it. So as of now we can understand, we can add, there will be some rules, whatever the policy that we are creating it, there will be some rules, we will be adding those validation rules over here. And if you just click it, once you add it, you just validate that thing. So whether it has been no errors found, we have to check it and we can just save it. Okay, so this is what the policy things and all. What we can see here is like there will be 3 tabs will be there. One is like a name and the policy type and the status. So the name is like a policy name, and the policy type is like policy type of the policy. Okay, which policy type? As I said, like we can monthly payroll if you want to run it. So that would be is like a policy type. So those things we can have it, and after that we will be having a status of the policies. Whether this policy is in active policy, validated and saved version of the policies, or it is being edited by any user kind of things. These things we can just check it out whether we have it. So if you want to just go to any of these policies, because if you just go over here, when it was being created and who is going to be created kind of things, we can just check it out. When you click it, it will be just showing that particular information pattern. So next one would be like, what is managed process? Yeah, as I said, like I'll be discussing that in SAP HCM. That will be created because there will be some set of rules will be there, pre-configured rules will be there. Whenever you have done the connections, there will be that validation rules will be triggered. Okay.
So we are not writing. There is standard one only.
Standard things will be there where we will be just bringing out over here under the policies part. Okay. So now here is like the other one is like we will be going and discussing about managed processes. So the managed processes here is like, this is also one particular interface. So where we will be, this is like one process, because this is where we will be a process created to define the payroll processes, because we will be assigning whatever the policies that we have created. We can assign those payroll policies and we can assign the administrators to this particular payroll process and all. See, for example, if you are running if you are running any process, so for example, monthly payroll process. So for that monthly payroll process, what all the policies that we set it for monthly, so those things we will be bringing into the process, and who is going to be run regularly. So it means we will, what simple things is like, in to define payroll processes, we have to assign payroll policies, and payroll administrators will become as a processes. Okay, so for one process we will be going, see, for example, if you just go to process, so what is the selection, which for which payroll area you are going to run the payroll, and what are the policies in the sense, if you want to what all the policies that you want to add it. And if you just go to edit here, so if you want to edit here, we can just go to, so any person, if you want to monthly current, if you, in this particular payroll, if you want to add any other payroll, okay, so HRGB monthly, if you want to add this, so how these things will come over here is like, whatever these G2 or G9 values, so whatever you have created in our SAP HCM, because we have already seen how to create our payroll areas in SAP HCM part and all. So whatever we have created, after integration, these values come into this particular system. Okay, so whatever the payroll area that we have taken over, and these are the policies from manage policies tab, it will come. So if you just go and just check it, so there will be select policies. Some this is one of the policies where we can just check it out. Okay, so and what all the which team, the team parts and all, and what all the, even maybe analytics is like what kind of values that we want to see it and all. So maybe what exactly the analytics terminology here is like, we analytics is nothing but, so whatever the values, this we can call it like analytics. So for master data changes, or analytics for social insurance, a set of analytic charts and all, where we can group according to our needs and all. So those things we can take it as a analytics, because analytics is nothing but comparison of number of employees that had organizational change in that particular period and the last period, whatever it is. So those things, if you want to check it, for that we have some standard are the sample KPIs for RMS monthly. So or payroll control center example KPI, or payroll control center example KPI. So these are some standards which are given by SAP. So it means what will happen here is like the payroll control center example KPI means, so the comparison, see, for example, it will give the comparison, it will, this analytics area will make out analytic charts and all, it will brings the analytic charts. The charts contains analytical statistics about the type of a master data and a payroll data changes over the time and all. So those things we can, where we can select one particular analytics over here, and any recurrences. So if this particular same thing, it should be recurred. Okay, so if you want to recur the same thing, that you want to have a recurrence, if you want to have it any recurrences, the same payroll period for this particular payroll area, the same, this is the payroll period, if you want to make it recurring. See, for example, if we just go over here and we will just add June, August, October, for example. So this October month recurrence, it should be happen for October month also, or we can just add a November month. So recurrences, the same for the same payroll area, if you want to run the payroll for the same particular the same payroll, it should be happen for the same month and everything. If you want to run it, we will just select all those months, and we can make a managed process. We can create the managed process by creating like this. Okay, so we can just go and validate. So first we will just validate what all the any errors, because any field that we have not filled it or whatever it is, these will be there, and we can just save this one. So for one particular process, this is the process that there is a one UK salaried simulation process. So that for that process, we have chosen a monthly selection. Selection is like for which payroll area we want it, under which policies that we want to bring it, and who is the team is going to run this particular one, and what are the analytic charts and all. Whatever it is going to be a recurring process and all. So for that, for which months and all, we will be defining the months and over there. Okay, after coming back, you would be seeing you would be seeing a tab called name, and what is the process type and what is the status. Obviously, name is like process name, we can put it, and the process type of that particular process, whether it is like a UK salaried payroll process or UK salaried monthly payroll process, whatever the name that we want to do it, we can just give it those particular names and all. Okay, so and after that, the status is like obviously whether it is an active status because it is in process, because if any user is any user is having any changes or whatever it is. So this is what we can see it on the process part. So after that, we will be seeing for this managed process, whatever the managed process that we will be creating of this. After that, we will be seeing of my process. What is my process parts and all. Okay, so my process is nothing but this. My processes, we can call it like my processes, is like this also a payroll control for the payroll process manager. Okay, so payroll process manager in Employee Central. Okay, so what it will do, it enables the payroll process manager to manage all the payroll process from end to end. Okay, so what it will be, what kind of things he can do it. He can manage the payroll process, he can plan the payroll process, and he can involve all the process steps and everything. Okay, so if you just go and just click this one, UK salary. So these are the initiate policies, and what all the we can just, this is the process part. Okay, so he can manage alerts, and he can do payroll administrators. He can whatever, because he can execute all the required process steps. These are the execute process steps and all. So he can monitor the progress and status of all the payroll process. So if he's having access, what all the active processes are there, what are the upcoming processes are there, and what is the complete process. So if you see, we have set one UK salaried simulation for November 2020. So October 2020, we have just started these processes from November 1st onwards. We have just created under managed process. We have set it. There will be a recurring process which comes under this particular process, and this is going to be a first step. And when it is going to be started, and what all the actions, if you want to just take it, if you just click it, it will ask process UK salary. See, if you just click it, process UK salary, UK salary simulation has been started. It means, so for this particular process have been started and all, we can just see whatever the things that the payroll process started. Okay, so this particular process will be started, and we can see it. If any errors we can just get it. We can start doing of those things. We can just check it out on this particular managed process. So in this managed process, we will see current, either we can call it like a current processes or upcoming processes or complete process, or sometimes we can call active process also, what all the active process and all. So once we just click it, which all the active process. So for November 2020 and for October we have started. So open, it is under open, and now the step is in execution process. It is there are 3 steps. Okay, if you just click it, there are 3 steps. What all those progress steps is here is like, if you see, create test payroll is currently being processed. Okay, so this is, we are just creating, because being the systems, being being a development system, we just created it like as a test payroll kind of things. Whereas in actual systems and all, we can initiate the process. The first step, the 0th step would be like, obviously create test payroll data will be there, and initiate policies would be the second, the first step. Okay, and then after that the monitoring would be the second step, and third one would be is like a end step. Okay, so in this we can see these are the three processes for each and everything. The process steps, what all the process steps are there. So the first process is like create test payroll data will be there. After that it will initiate whatever the policies that we have defined, that policies will get initiated, and after that we will be going for a monitoring process. So it means if you see create test payroll data is in process. So if you just go to any of the old process, so for example that end, these are the end with some errors and all. So this also still in process. So because of the connections issues, and because there will not be a dev system is not properly initiated, SAP HCM dev system. So those connections problems and all, we will be seeing errors and all, or some data errors or whatever it is. So that those things we can see it, which are all active process and upcoming processes you can see it, and what are the complete process, if any completed process are there. So this will be my process. After that, the payroll manager will also take care of my alerts. Okay, so because this will be controlled by payroll administrators in Employee Central. A payroll administrator uses my alerts to manage all the alerts that have been assigned to him or her, and pick up any unassigned alerts for processes, and he or she is a member of that particular team and all. So what they'll be doing there, what my work list with alerts and my work list without alerts. So those, if any alerts are there, they'll be getting off it while running the process or whatever it is. Okay, so this provides all the solutions for master data and payroll alerts. Any error that we get it, we will be seeing of the alerts or here. Any data validation errors or any payroll errors or whatever it is for this particular payroll control administrators. Payroll control administrators, for them they'll be getting it. So payroll calculations for UK is going to be wrong or whatever it is, processes workplace with errors kind of things. All these things we can see it at my alerts tab and all. So unassigned alerts is nothing but which are not assigned to this particular resources, because this also will be under the payroll control center. This also will be taken care payroll control center for the payroll administrators only it will be. So what kind of alerts would be? So monthly test payroll alerts. So for that particular payroll area, if it is any unassigned alerts, it's like a previous classic solution kind of things. So if any errors that they have get it, so these things we can have it. Any test they may get it. All those alerts, they can unassign alerts will come over here. They can go and click it assign to me, so that it will come to this particular under my alerts tab it will come. Okay, if any unassigned alerts, we can bring it back to our alerts stage also. We can bring it from the unassigned alerts which are not happen. Okay, so this is where we can see it, all the activities with respect to each and every payroll parts and all. Even managed teams, we have already discussed about how the managed teams, because there we will be seeing all the teams who is going to be a parent, who is going to be a active persons or whatever it is. So if you just click it, so manage teams and all. So some connection issues and all. So anyhow, that manage teams is nothing but it will enables to the only authorized user, because for this particular users we just activated up to payroll control manager, payroll administrators. Only those two roles were assigned to this particular resource, whereas these will be used for the authorized users, such as only team creators. For team creators only, this managed teams will be enabled. Okay, because these teams will set up teams of payroll administrators for payroll administrators and payroll process managers for handling of any of the alerts of team monitoring process. All those team creator needs to specify the team attributes and all. So this is what we can see it at the managed teams and my teams. If he is a team manager, means he can go and check it, what all the who is going to be his team members. He can just go and just check it out. Yeah.
So if you see this service cannot be reached, what would you do basically if
this would be, we will be going and just checking out on the roles, role management part.
Yes. Yeah,
okay. So sometimes we will get these kind of issues. See, one more thing here is also what we have to know about here is like we will closely work with SAP basis team all the time. Okay, so if we get any issues, some of the issues like integration issues and all, we will also go and consult, because there will be 4 roles. Don't worry, you need not to know about all the contents of Employee Central Payroll and all, because there will be
just for the concern when I'm working. If I see this, should I panic or should I get some help, or I should know?
No, you have to seek for help. Right. Okay, don't panic, because this is not a completely your job and also. Okay, so because see, there will be 4 consultants will be there because in live environment, I know, right, there will be 4 consultants will be there. One would be is like a SAP HCM consultant, and the other one would be is like SAP Employee Central Platform consultant, who is going to run this particular payroll tab only. Whenever you say is like, there will be always see, whenever you're applying for a job, if you know employee SAP HCM and if you know Employee Central Payroll, that would be an added advantage. But the roles that they define it, even if you on to the job, maybe on the job side, they will be expecting all the things need to be taken care. Okay, but when you are on the job, they will be giving only one particular task. That is what I'm talking about.
Yeah, but the interview, they want everything. That's the challenge.
Yeah, obviously, because we know SAP HCM, because without knowing of SAP HCM payroll, we should not step into it.
Exactly.
Okay, so obviously, because we should be knowing of SAP HCM, how to run the payroll, how to, at least that much of a level of knowledge we should be knowing from SAP HCM side. Okay, so if we know that, so from ECP part, what we will be setup. So now what we are discussing in the setup, we are discussing what all the things are there in this Employee Central Payroll system and all. Okay, so how to set up and how to integrate, we will be seeing. Integrate in the sense, integrate means you should be knowing of SAP HCM also. So to integrate things and all, there will be some switches should be on from one of the particular tables and all. Those things need to be taken care by a basis consultants. Okay, so we will not directly go and do it. So if you are getting any problem, such kind of things, you need not to get panic of this, because you might not be having because you are not a team creator to see this particular managed teams or my teams. Got it? You are not a team creator. You might be a payroll process manager or a payroll administrator. So for that reason only, see, this particular role, whatever we have decided here is like, he will be like a payroll process manager, where he can create the managed process and policies and all. Okay, and payroll administrators, where he can see my alerts and unassigned alerts kind of things. Okay, so he will not be a team manager, because this is like one of the authorized user where we can set up who is going to be a payroll process managers, who is going to be a payroll administrators. Like, okay, so to know this, how we can get it, so because under one particular integration switch, if you just activated that thing, you will be getting off it. So that very simple things, simple activities are there. Okay, got it?
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah. So if you get service cannot be reached and all, don't worry, because your role was not decided to see the managed teams or my teams. Because as I said, like, there will be 5 roles. The 5 roles, what are the 5 roles? That first would be a policy or a process creator. So who is going to be take care of only those 2, and the other would be is like a team creator. He will be just handling of only these 2 tabs, manage teams, and he will not be knowing about how to run the process. He will not be knowing about how to do it and all. But what exactly it is going to be happen, we should know it, because during the interviews they'll be asking you what managed teams will be doing it. There, what we will be telling here is like, in managed teams we will be telling these people, because the managed teams will be such as a team creators to set up teams of payroll administrators for handling alerts of team monitoring process. So that's only one, because managed teams is nothing but he is like a team creator. So who is going to create the teams and all. So he will be specifying the team, who is going to be a payroll process manager, who is going to be a payroll administrators. So those things only under the managed teams. That's all. Okay, my teams, in the sense, if you are already a team creator, okay, so if you are a team creator, for team monitoring process, each team corresponds to some sub process and all. What with the team lead, because the team lead is like, as I said, like team creator and team lead. Team lead will be having access to the managed teams, because if you are a team lead, if you are a payroll process manager, you are a team lead for one of the specific payroll processes. So those things you would be seeing, and who team lead uses the my teams to manage the alert assigned to the team and the team members and all. Because if, for example, there will be two team persons are there. One is like a payroll administrator, one is like a payroll process manager. So for a payroll process manager, he got an error. Okay, so we will just go and inform to the payroll process manager there was a one error if he did not see it. Okay, so those kind of activities only will be there at the managed teams part and all. Okay, so nothing more on that part. So now the second step, what we have to do is like, we have to configure payroll control center in employee central payroll system. So maybe there will be a dozen, there will be some customizing activities in order to set up a payroll control center in employee central payroll system kind of things. So what exactly to set up that payroll control center, we have to use the configuration workbench. So you need to configure some of the following major things and all. We have to do it and all. So for that, what we have to do is like, first thing here is like, we if the business function, there will be one business function. So first thing here is like SFW5, we will be going for a employee central payroll system, which is nothing but SAP HCM. Okay, so here this particular, because in this configuration, what we have to do is like, because the configuration, okay, here it is like only reversible business functions can be deactivated. Okay, we can say it is like continue. We can just go and activate what all the switches for each and every payroll process, because for policies, for processes, there will be one business function need to be activated and all. So if you activated those things, whatever it is SAP HCM consists of, because as I said, like my managed processes, we will be calling it in SAP HCM, which is like employee central payroll system, nothing but SAP HCM. We'll call it like a process management. Okay, so for that activations and all, we will be having one business functions, where our level of education or level of knowledge should be there is like, if you are getting a problem with your managed policies, or if you are getting a problem with managed processes, suddenly we have to come to the employee central payroll system, which is nothing but SAP HCM system, and come and check it whether this particular switch is being activated or not. Okay, so that is our level. If it is not activated, we have to raise a ticket. If we have a permissions, we will just go and activate it. If not permissions, we have to just go and consult the basis team to activate it. Okay, that is the level of that is the duty of our ECP consultants and all. ECP is nothing but employee central payroll consultants should be knowing of these things and all. Okay, so for that reason, we have to do it. To set up these payroll control centers, we need to configure policies, process, all these process steps, interfaces, and analytics, charts, analytics, all these things we will be just going and doing of it. For this, what we have to do is, because there will be configuration workflow, what we have to do it is like, we have categorized these things in 3 ways. One would be like in new customers. Configuration workflow, what we have to do is like for new customers, and for the existing customers we have to do it, and also we have to we have to categorize it, whether this particular customer is an existing customer or a new customer kind of things. So for first thing here is like if you are doing it, because as a customer, generally we will not have access to the provisionings and all to complete some tasks in provisioning. So we have to contact, obviously we have to contact either implementation partner or we will be going and contacting SAP cloud support team and all. Okay, so for example, I'll be discussing how to configuration workflow, how we can do it and all. So for new customers and all, if you are a new customers, we have to set up our payroll control center. Means the first use case is like in policies and process are created directly in the production system by a business, obviously here. So for that workflow, what we have to do it is like first thing is like we have to make sure the business function. Okay, so which is like the payroll control center simplified configuration is being activated in the SAP HCM system, which is nothing but employee central payroll system or not. So how we can just go and just check it out. So how we can just check it. That is the first step. And after that, we have to configure payroll control center in the configuration, and we can integrate payroll control center in the employee central system. Okay, so first thing here is like this is like either for managed policies or managed process applications to create policies and process in the system. We have to activate these. These are the two important things that we have to activate it here and now. The first thing here is like switch name here is like you just go to the enterprise business solutions here. The switch name here is like HCM _ LOC _ CA _ 92. Okay, if you just go over here, we will just go to SAP. Maybe I've already shown this one, but anyhow, I'll just go on HCM. These are all finance. We will come to HCM. So to switch these things, we have to go to a transaction called SFW5. Okay, so if you go to that particular things to activate these managed policies and managed process, we have to business function called here on this HCM. We have to go for HCM _ LOC up to LOC. We have to come. Okay, so if you see here, okay, so if you see there are HCM _ LOC CA _ 10. Okay, so these are all some payroll control enablements are there. Okay, so if you see, this is displayed. This is the area where we can just check it out. Now we're just coming downwards. We have to search for 90.
If we check this,
pardon?
What will happen if we check this one?
You can't see this particular parts and all. You can't see it out there. Okay, if it is not checked or if it is not enabled, you'll not get these particular parts and all, everything under the employee central system. Okay, so now we have to go for a 92, because what you are doing with this particular switch is here is like in SAP HCM system, which is like employee central payroll system, we have a process management. So that process management need to be shown as a managed process, means we have to activate this switch. So now I'm just coming. See, if you see, these are all some switches which are already there. And if you just go back to 92, that is the main switch here. If you see, this is the entire payroll control center simplified configuration. It means whatever the payroll control center is having it, all the process management, managed policies, all those things will get activated with this particular switch. Okay, so this is the main switch that we have to do it and all. So this is for the new customers. And when it comes to existing customers, for example, existing customers, already this particular switch is being added. So when needed, we have to this is application component. So if this particular PYXX PYP. When needed, we can modify the objects directly in this particular place. Okay, if you just go and modify it if you want to, if any new things that you want to existing customers, if you are not having it, because migration activities and all, because we have to do the migration for the existing customers and all, because there will be only a HCM system was there, but now you have taken as a employee central system also, and you are configuring it, because you are transporting policies and processes from the development system to the production systems, but you want to switch to simplified configurations. At that time, what we have to do is that we have to define a migration to configuration workbench and all. So for that, the application component and all here is like they have to maintain, because the basis teams, they have to maintain this particular application component. Okay, so this particular application component, we have to that particular basis team, they have to maintain, they have to download the components, because from the cloud systems or whatever it is to the SAP basis SAP systems and all, they have to download this particular PY_access, because all the software because this software, if this EA_HR access is not there, then we can't bring it, because existing systems might be having some other software component and some other application component will be there. Okay, maybe they'll be having EA-HR because HR, this is HR renewal 2.0, nothing but. Okay, so if they are under HR renewal 1.0, or if they are at still those things, firstly what they have to do is like, because this problem what we have to get it is like we have to migrate to a latest components and all. So for that, they have to download the components from SAP sites, or because if generally these will be do it by implementation SAP basis consultant, they'll be downloading it, and they'll be installing it, the components called software components EA_HR_XX, which is nothing but HR renewal 2.0, and the application component here is like they have to put it PY_XX PYP. After that, the migration, once the migration is done, because obviously, because if you're going for a from one anything, if any migrations is there, we have to download the latest files, and we have to install it, and we have to keep it in our SAP HCM system. So at the time also, once it is been activated, once that software component is being taken care, we have to go and do this particular under this particular component, we have to just go and just check it, what may only be activator of after activating here is like, if you just scroll down, so this particular components are there or not, we have to just check it out. Okay, so if you see, there are some old things also is there, because that payroll control center 1605 is nothing but it was released, this particular 89 was released in 2016 2016, and 05 version is being released, because the latest version is like simplified configuration. Okay, if you want to go back to your old versions, old payroll control center and all, you can just have it to a reversible activity. Okay, you are going back, because if you don't want to latest, you can come back to the old versions and all. Okay, so that is what we can do it. So once after migrations, whether we will be just checking off whether this component is available and application. So if you see, all these are all, if you see like a payroll control center 04. Okay, this is like a payroll control 05. Okay, so it means these are all the old versions and all. In old versions and all, 88, 89, but the latest version now it is running is like HCM_LOC_CA_92. All these, because in older versions and all, they have only my process and my alerts are there. That's all. They have only integrated my process, my alerts, and unassigned alerts are there. They have not given access to my managed process or managed policies and all. Whatever the processes that we want to create it, we will be creating under process management in SAP HCM. We will be creating and we will be doing it. Okay, so but now what we are doing is we are given an option to a payroll control center manager to create their own processes from the employee central system side itself. So for that reason, the latest versions have come up. For that, these switches have been also been upgraded from that particular from 89 to 92 it has come. The serial number it is being followed. Okay, 88 it was like older version. 81 it is like a older version. If you want to go back to these older versions, you can just go back. Okay, but the futures, whatever you see, the futures will not be visible. Or so that is what, because for the existing systems only, this kind of things we will be getting of these are the things that we have to do. As I said, like obviously to prepare the employee central payroll system and all, we should be seeing it whether all the releases is like SAP underscore HR and EA underscore HR. The 608 is equivalent to the HR renewal 2.0. Okay, so that HR renewal 2.0 is being there or not, we have to do it. First thing here is like we have to check required software components are there, because if it is an existing customers, okay, the new customers obviously we will take the latest one. For the existing customers and all, before we start configuring these set up the payroll control center is like we have to activate these functions, business functions, and we have to enable all these things and all. Before that, we will be just checking it whether HR renewal 2.0 is there and SAP UI latest version is there or not. We have to check it. So that how we can check it, we will take the help of ABAPers. But if you want to check it whether this system is like a latest system or not, you have to mention EA underscore HRRR XX means this is the latest HR renewal 2.0. Okay, so which means this particular software component should be there. Okay, so for this we have to do it, this one, and after that we will be going and activating the business function. The first function is like we will be activating 90 days. Okay, after that we will be going and activating 107. We will be activating for a configuration workbench where we will be activating of all the things. So how you will be just coming over here, 107, there will be 107. So there is 103 we will talk about. This is like payroll control center integration of team alerts into alert management and all. Okay, so whatever we want to integration of team alerts into my alerts activities and all, this particular switch we have to activate it. And after that there will be one more, one is like 101 and all. So see, if you just go and click it, and if I just save it, okay, I'll do these two things, 103 also. I'll just click these two things, 101 and 103, and I'll just save this. Changes have been saved. Activate changes, for example. Okay, 101 and 103 for my alerts and team management. Okay, so activate changes, if you just give it, so was started in the background. Okay, job SFW underscore activate underscore SF0x was started in the background. Okay, we can just click it. So these two things. After that, we will also do off cycle enablement. This also we will just go and activate it. So here is like 100 business function will remain deactivated. Function will be activated. These two functions have been activated. Okay, so now I'll just go back again. I'll just click it, SFW5. That is only you have to do all only reversible activations only, because we have that much of things on. If you see here as well. Careful, only reversible business functions can be deactivated. Okay, for this reason, activate only required business function. In case of doubt, read the corresponding documentation. Only reversible functions can only deactivate. Other functions and all we should not deactivate it. Why reversible functions only means because if you are going for a new upgraded version, you can deactivate the earlier version and all like that. Okay, so we will just go to 100 and we will also activate 100 and 99 also we will, because the 103 is like for integration of team alerts into my alerts. 101 would be is like for team configuration and team management, and 100 would be is like off cycle enablement. So those we will just check it out, and we can also have 99 for alert management and team alerts part. Okay, so if you just activate these things, it will come. So now first I've already activated 101, 100, 101, 103, and now I just want to activate it 100. Okay, if you go over here, 100 is on the top. Okay, we will just activate this one, 100. Okay, this is for off cycle one, manage for manage off cycles, and 100 I'm just activating it, and after that we will also activate 99. For alert management and team alerts. So we will just go back over here. The 99 is already been activated. Okay, that's fine. And then we will just go to 97 also is been activated for process management. Okay, so 95 is like we can have it. 92 obviously it will give entire simplified configuration. So these are the switches that we want to activate, and also the other things here is like we can have all these things we can activate it. Okay, obviously these are the one, and now only one thing I've activated. I'll just activate changes. One thing only of 100 I want to activate it. So this also I'm just activating it. So there was started in the background. How you will know this SFW underscore activate SF0X is like there will be one job will be there. Obviously, you know to create the job, right? From SM 36, we will create the jobs and bring the program, because this is the program and all. If you just I'll just show it to you as an idea, because these are all from SAP HCM standpoint, because these jobs and all we will not create it. Obviously, basis team will create it, but to know the knowledge and all is like how we can create it here. We will just go to, I'll just show it to you for time being. Okay, SM35, 36 if you go ahead. So here you will just go for a job name, whatever the job name is, like SFW underscore activate that job. After that, what we have to do is like we will, basing on these SF underscore activate, we will create the steps. Okay, start condition like this. Maybe you know, because these are all see, this is not our SAP HCM experts also will do creation of the jobs and all, but to know how to create the jobs and all, because at extreme level, because if the basis help is not coming, or if this particular job having any problem, okay, so those things if you want to just check it out kind of things, or otherwise what you can just go and create it. Obviously, if it is run got run only, we can see business function will be will remain activated stage. That is, we are getting it right. That message, if it is getting, obviously this job is in that stage. Okay, if you just go for SFW, we can just give it. These two jobs are activated and finished, because these things generally we will not discuss, we will not see and all, because that is not our job and all. Right. Obviously, if we are seeing any problem, generally we will go and just check it. Any spool was created, or any, what is a job log? What is a job log in the sense? See, these are all the jobs log. So first job is like this program is being activation in the background, and this was the variant is being there, and the start of switch framework activation. All these activations is being done or not. It will just check it all the time. It will just check it whether it is being activated or not, all these switches and all. Then only the integration will works perfect. Okay, if this job is getting cancelled, or if this job is getting cancelled, or if this job is not scheduled or not released or not ready, then we will just tell them to the basis team. So this is the problem we are getting it. For that reason, we are not unable to use it. The integration is not working perfect. So we can just tell them, and then we can ask them to do it. And after doing these are the monitoring, these are the troubleshooting things and all, we have to know it. Okay. So this is what we can do it for the setup part and all. Okay. After this is like how to configure control center in employee central payroll system, which is nothing but SAP HCM. These are the main things that we have to do it. After that, we will be just going for a integrate payroll control center in employee central. This is like it's like a high level process flow for integrating the payroll control center in employee central. What we will be doing it, because these are the process, because my process, which is nothing but if you have activate simplified configuration switch 92 and 92, 103, 100, 101, all these belongs to our processes tab. All these are all the switches to activate all these things, and mapping between employee central SAP HCM things to employee central things and all. The payroll control center has been set up for employee central payroll. What we will in employee central, we see all these things. In employee central payroll, my process is nothing but process management. Manage processes would be like a process configuration. Manage policies is like a policy configurations. Those things we will just call it out. We can see, because whatever the notes I have given, it is all there in that notes and all. Okay, you can refer those things and all. Okay, so the first thing here is like how to now integration. Before going to integration, there are some things that we have to do it. We have to configure the SAP system configuration. We have to configure it in employee central side, and payroll control center configuration, payroll system assignments, we have to do it. And also we have to set up role based permissions for the system administrators and all. We have to do it. So for that reason, now I'll just show it to you how to do those things and all. So we will just, this is the topic where we can just go and configure object if need configure. The first thing here is like SAP system configuration. How we can create a system configuration. So already we have seen this, but to do it integration and all, the first thing what we have to do it here is like we have to go and configure a system configuration, SAP system configuration. We have to do it. So for that, because these are the steps to do the integration part. We have already from SAP employee central payroll side, we have activated and we have seen it. Okay, we will just back. Okay, so now what we have to do it is like, now we are coming back to the employee central page. Now we will just go to admin center. Okay, so the first thing here is, these are the first step here is like, the first thing here is like we have to go and create a SAP system configuration. We have to do it. After that, we have to set up the role-based permissions for the system administrators. After that, we'll be configuring the payroll systems. Again, after configuring payroll system, and we have to set up the role-based further, and assign payroll systems for each and every user who is going to be the user, who is going to be payroll administrators who is going, and that we have to do it. So for the first step from the employee central side, okay. So the first thing here is like we will be just going and creating a configure object. We will be for SAP system configuration, we have to go to configure object definitions. Okay, there we will be going in set up our SAP system configuration. We have to set up it. Okay, so obviously because to create any system configuration, any objects and all, obviously we will go to the configure object definitions only. Okay, so now we are at the third step, how to integrate and all. So from employee central side we have done it. Now employee central payroll side we have done it. Now we are coming to the employee central part, what we have to do it, the job, what all the things that we have to do it at the employee central. As I said, like there will be 5 steps. Those 5 steps we have to follow. In that first step, we have to create SAP system configuration. We have to create. So SAP system configuration is like an object. So that object where we will be creating at the configure object definition. If you see, we will just go and check it whether SAP system configuration is being created or not. Okay, if you just already it is being created. So what all the fields are there for this particular? This we will be calling as like SAP system configuration. Okay, so these are the fields. So what fields are there? Here is like what is the internal ID, role ID, what is the payroll system URL, what is the payroll system client ID. Okay, so what exactly is like these are the fields that are there for a system configuration. Okay, so for this reason we have to go to this system configuration part. Any this is what we can see. And anything, if you want to do any corrections, okay, if you want to do any corrections, you will just go make corrections and you can do it. And there will be a security will be there here. If you want to secure this one, because make sure yes is to be selected for the secure drop down, and SAP system configuration in the permission category we have to select it. Okay, because this system configuration we have to give it only to the prime people, like ECP consultant people only. This particular permission should be there. This should not be for any normal employee central consultant or any PMGM consultants or any other module consultant. It should not be there. So only for the people this particular access for SAP system configuration, it should be there for the people who belongs to employee central payroll. For that reason, we want to secure this particular object. So that particular object you can secure over here. Okay, so nothing, I have not done any changes. I'm just canceling it. So this is the part we have to check it out. After that, so we will be creating this SAP systems. After that, we have to access to SAP system configuration. Okay, because not only generally what will happen once after creating the object, we will not able to see it. That is a thumb rule at our employee central. We all know. Once you create the object, you can't able to see that object immediately onto the employee central, because we have to set up the roles for our. If you are an admin, we have to set up that roles. We have to set up ourselves to grant the system admin all these relevant role-based permissions and all. We have to give it for to configuring the payroll systems, because we have created the system configuration, SAP system configuration we have created, object we have created. To create the system, to create the payroll systems, we should require the permissions. So for that permissions, what we have to do is like the second step is nothing but we have to go to we have to go to this particular role-based permissions access part, where we have to go ahead and we have to just check it out whether this particular we have to go and we will just go to RBPs, set roles. Okay, because to get these things in, because we have to get the permissions, is like we have to go and create a SAP system, we have to go and create the SAP system, and we have to go and create the payroll control center configuration access are there or not. So for that, we will just go to system admin.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a standard report available in the SAP SuccessFactors LMS? Option A, course completion report. Option B, instructor evaluation report. Option C, employee skill gap analysis. Option D, payroll deductions report. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a standard report available in the SAP SuccessFactors LMS? Option A, course completion report. Option B, instructor evaluation report. Option C, employee skill gap analysis. Option D, payroll deductions report. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.
So these are all should be their payroll integration permissions. Here we will just go to payroll control center to view, edit, and everything we have to give it. And in the same way, we will go for a SAP system configuration. One second. This payroll control center, to see all these things, we can have it. SAP system configuration. So this particular entire thing we have to give it. All these four things. One is like under payroll integration center, we have to enable for payroll control center to view that, and payroll data maintenance part. All these things we have to activate it. Then only you will able to, because even payroll system assignment for users and all, if you want to assign your payroll system, we have to have these permissions and all. Okay, so this, after doing of this particular permissions, we will just go and create a particular one configuring SAP payroll systems and all. How we will just go and create it. So for this, what we have to do is like either directly we can go for a SAP system configuration. Directly we can go over here, or we can just go to the admin center. Okay, we can just go to payroll system assignment, this is and all. We can just go to payroll configuration, which takes us to the SAP system configuration. Okay, or it will take to manage data. Here you can just check payroll system configuration. See here whether for which country you are going to do it. For example, GBR, if you take it. So if you take it just GBR, so this is make corrections. So this is the configuration name, and this is the URL. Okay, this is the URL. Already I've shown it. The URL, how this URL comes, because this URL is nothing but the system, the SAP HCM system was told these activities will provide us one link. So that link is nothing but this is the URL, this is the link. If you see. Okay, so this is the link. It means this link was plotted on the cloud. SAP HCM system was plotted on the cloud, and they have provided a link. That link we have to put it over here. Then we can able to access this particular payroll system and all. Okay, so who are the users? Users are nothing but we will create the users in SAP HCM. So the first user here is like admin user. We have already created in SAP HCM. And we have given from SAP HCM side, the roles and will be taken care by security consultants and all. So that will be taken care. But for us, we will be taking care for employee central side, right? So for any of the users and all, so first we will be giving access. Before that, we will be creating a payroll system configuration, which system that you are going to access. So that particular URL, we have to give it over here. Okay, so this is called, because we will enter the system name and system URL. So the name of this particular, the client ID is nothing but, obviously if you see, this is the system values. This is the system name XKZ200, and the client ID would be like a 200. Okay, so we will be giving a 200 value over here, which is a client ID. Obviously, who are having experience on SAP HCM, they'll be knowing of client IDs and all. Firstly, these two are the separate systems. Okay, so in this system, we have done all mappings we have discussed, right? We have done all mappings and we have done all SAP HCM configuration by creating a payroll areas. All we have done, all the classes we have all discussed, right? So this is one separate system, and we will tell my system is this is the system. So you have to create. We will be raising a request with SAP. SAP will create your system in, they'll be putting, because obviously they'll be maintaining it, right? Because the premise, first the thing is like, and this particular premise will be taken care with, because we have already discussed that particular part, right? Integration, how we can integrate part and all, right? So integration with the employee central payroll and all. So how we can integrate this thing and all, right? No, this because this URL we will be getting it from SAP. Okay, maybe setting up payroll configuration we have discussed. Let me tell you. Yes, we have discussed that how to set up connection data and all, right? So set up the connection to Employee Central. We have discussed already, I guess. There will be configuration. We have to set connection data. There will be HR. Let me show it to you. HRSF EC _ P2P _ config. We have discussed, right, this one. Set connection data, we have to give the URL of SuccessFactors 1. Okay, here my client details are there. How to configure the connection and all is like, first step is like HRSFEC _ P2P.config. Okay, if you see the connection to Employee Central system and all, API server, whatever the link, this particular whatever the link that we have to give it, that particular link and all we have to give it over there. So that I've shown it, right? On that day I've told you. Okay, so what is the company, which company, what is the username and password? We have to give those details and the connection will set up. So now Employee Central side, in Employee Central payroll, we are calling Employee Central system. Okay, now what we have to do is like, now the second thing what we have to do is like, in Employee Central system, we are calling Employee Central payroll system. Okay, this is the first setup. Okay, we are in Employee Central payroll system. We are giving a connection for Employee Central. Okay, Employee Central system. So for that, the URL, API server URL, we will be giving a URL, and the company name, user and password we are giving. What is this API server URL? What is your Employee Central system? That URL you have to give it. Okay, for which company and what is the user and password? These are the for this company system user and who is going to be admin user password. We have to give it on that. Okay, so that is the connection setting. Now what we are doing is like, we are calling this particular system. Now we are calling SAP HCM, which is nothing but Employee Central payroll system, to Employee Central part. So for that reason, this URL we will be getting it. See, the main idea of this Employee Central is like, we will be having a SAP HCM will be there, Employee Central system will be there. In Employee Central system, we will be doing all the configuration for time or time off, master data and everything you have done. After that, in the second side, in SAP HCM, we will be doing all the activities which are related to payroll, personal area, personal sub areas, payroll areas, all the things and payroll configuration, everything we have to do it. After doing of that thing, in payroll system, we are calling Employee Central system by giving a server access URLs and everything we have to give it. Okay, so that is how we can go and give it that one. The transaction code in SAP HCM is like, HRSF EC underscore P2P underscore config, which is like a, there we will be going and giving a API server URL. API is nothing but application programming interface URL we have to give it. So that, what is that URL? This particular instance URL. Okay, so that URL we are giving it over there, and we will be giving the company and user, and the password would be like obviously admin user, admin passwords.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a standard report available in the SAP SuccessFactors LMS? Option A, course completion report. Option B, instructor evaluation report. Option C, employee skill gap analysis. Option D, payroll deductions report. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section.